San Diego, it's time to fire it up. From the beaches to the ballparks, from the Gaslamp to North County, no one knows America's finest city like he does.
You can't just punt on a Manny Machado prime years.
He's a fourth-generation San Diegan, born and raised in the heart of this community. Passionate, opinionated, and always bringing you the real talk on your teams, your city, and everything in between.
Braden totally knows his stuff. He's ready for the next step. That guy is good.
Live and local, it's the Braden Surprenant Show.
But I think Braden's one of the up-and-coming young stars in the media game in San Diego.
Now, here's your host, Braden Surprenant.
What's up, San Diego, and a happy Friday to everybody out there in America's finest city. He's Frank Marchese. I'm Braden Surprenant. This is the Braden Surprenant Show, live and local each and every day from 10 to 2 on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. It is a hot one out there. It is going to be hot. It is going to be hot for the next 2 weeks. I looked at that last night. That was the first time I actually pulled a Frank. You know what? First time. I looked at the weather, and I saw the app, and I said, I spit my coffee out, and I said, I'm sorry, does that say 90 degrees, a high of 90 every single day for the next 10 days? Did you not see that, Frank? Is this the first you're learning about this?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I lied. Saturday, tomorrow. You better enjoy tomorrow and Sunday because the high is 77 and 78. 84, 87, 87, 87, 86, 80, 75. Summertime, babe. Summertime. And the living's easy. I agree with Go Aztecs in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Again, if you haven't check this out on YouTube. You can watch us on YouTube. You can comment on YouTube as well. We appreciate you guys commenting. Be sure to give us a like. We have extra content on the YouTube page as well. Feel free to subscribe. YouTube.com/@B_SURP, @BSURP. You can find all of our content on there. Last night, a lot of sports going on at the same time. We had the conference championship games that were fun, conference championship tournament games. I was flipping back and forth between San Diego State and Colorado State. San Diego State and Colorado State. I was flipping with TCU and Kansas. I didn't really spend too much time on the baseball game. I went back and forth a little bit. That was a rough night for the Padres last night. That was probably. Do you want to blame us for this, Frank? Maybe a foul to us because we said with the competition, everybody's been playing very well. That was kind of the first. That was kind of the first time that we did not have something like that.
It's always the first domino to fall is when the idiot commentator opens his mouth.
Yeah. Hey, look, everybody. I don't know how you're going to fill all these guys on the team. Well, Germán Márquez did not have that great of an outing last night. We'll talk about that in the 11 o'clock hour. I do want to start the show with this, though. Let me start the show with this. Aztecs basketball. Now, tonight, very important. It isn't just another game for the Aztecs men's basketball team. Tonight is the season. Tonight is everything they've worked towards for 5 months. Tonight is the difference between hearing their name called on Selection Sunday or watching the NCAA Division I men's basketball tournament from home. Because when the Aztecs step on the floor tonight in Las Vegas against New Mexico in the Mountain West Conference men's basketball tournament semifinals, this is do or die. And I truly believe this. I think if they win tonight, the Aztecs put themselves into the NCAA tournament. Not only do I think that, John Rothstein thinks that. I still think you got to sweat it out. I still think you're in a position where you're not fully confident. But with the way the bubble is shaping up, and how many times have we had to have Frank say this about San Diego State? The luck of fools. Every single time this year, I was ready to write off San Diego State because they've played their way out of a position to be in the NCAA tournament. They have gotten the benefit of the doubt. And I said it yesterday. You got to make this thing hurt. You got to make it hurt. Another team on the bubble hit the dust last night. It was Auburn. Everybody around you is losing. Now you're competing with Oklahoma, who is playing today in the SEC tournament. You better hope Oklahoma loses. And you got New Mexico. And those are the three teams that are left on the bubble that are still playing games. That's why I think if you beat New Mexico, you got a really good chance. That's why tonight is do or die. Maybe they got to still sweat a little bit on Selection Sunday if they win today and lose to Utah State. Maybe they're sitting there watching the bracket reveal, hoping their name pops up on that screen. But if they beat New Mexico tonight, I think they've probably done enough. Lose tonight, you're hoping. Now you're scoreboard watching. Now you're praying the committee values you more than other bubble teams. But even at that point, I think whoever loses tonight is out of the NCAA tournament, which is obviously not where you want to be. That is why tonight is the most important game of the season. But here's the thing. Last night against Colorado State, Aztecs did look a little bit like they understood what was at stake. But then the final stretch, I mean, I don't know what that was. But at least they had that sense of urgency. And they talked about it. They talked about it going into the game. Because for the last couple of weeks, let's be honest, this team has looked like they were running out of gas. A team that maybe felt like the season was slipping away. That urgency was back a little bit. I think that edge was back a little bit. That identity was back a little bit. It wasn't a complete game, but they had moments where they had that back last night. Aztecs were able to beat Colorado State 71-62 in the quarterfinals. And if you watch the game, the formula that looked familiar showed up. Defense, rebounding. We've talked a lot about defense and rebounding on this show about the Aztecs. That's the DNA of this program under Brian Dutcher. That was the DNA of this team under Steve Fisher. And last night, they returned to it. They held Colorado State to 33% shooting. They dominated the glass 43-31. They outscored them 42-8 in the paint. That is old school Aztec basketball. That's the formula that has taken this program deep into March year after year. And the crazy part, they did that while shooting 1 for 11 from the three-point line. They missed 20 free throws last night. 20. They missed more free throws than my alma mater attempted last night in Kansas City. I will hold my comments for that at a different time. That joke the Big 12 tournament was, but we continue. They went 22 for 42 from the line, the Aztecs did last night. That's kind of a stat that normally gets you beat. That sends you home. But they didn't get beat. Why? Because they look like the vintage Aztecs that we have seen for so many years. The defense never broke. Colorado State tried the hack-a-shack strategy late in the game, intentionally fouling Miles Heide and others just to get San Diego State to the line. And yes, it was starting to work a little bit for Colorado State. The Aztecs started to miss, and they started to miss a lot. But what they didn't do was panic. They kept getting stops. That's the difference between a team that folds under pressure and a team that understands tournament basketball. And let's be honest, tournament basketball is what San Diego State does. This program has built a reputation in March. In fact, last night's win improved the Aztecs to 18-1 in their last 19 Mountain West quarterfinal games. That's dominance, that's culture, that's preparation, and you saw that preparation pay off. They spent days getting ready for Colorado State, and it showed. But tonight, it's a completely different challenge because New Mexico is coming. And if you've watched the Lobos this season, you know exactly what they bring: speed, scoring, energy. They dropped 93 points last night in the quarterfinal win against San Jose State. They could turn a game into a track meet, and the Aztecs can't let that happen. If San Diego State wins tonight, it's going to look a lot like last night. It might be ugly. It's going to be physical. It's going to be grinding. It's going to be rebounding battles. It's going to be half-court defense, because if this game gets played at New Mexico's pace, that's a dangerous place to be in if you're San Diego State. Now, I love the adjustments last night. Dutcher made a lot of changes, and he doesn't always do that. He changed the starting lineup. He inserted Ty Simmons for rebounding. He started Sean Newman Jr. He brought Magoon Guath off the bench. Rebounding immediately improved, and that was the big difference last night, because rebounding has been one of the team's biggest weaknesses all season. And suddenly the Aztecs had 14 offensive boards and 18 second chance points. That's winning basketball. Then you look at the scoring balance. Nobody exploded offensively. Miles Bird led the team with just 12 points, but 8 different players contributed. It shows the depth that they talked about at the beginning of the season. Team basketball. And that's the type of performance they're going to need again tonight, because this isn't just about getting to the conference championship. This is about the NCAA tournament. This is about keeping the streak of relevance alive. This program expects to be playing in March Madness. It's not hope. It's not a dream. This is the expectation of Aztecs basketball. And tonight is the night that expectation gets tested. Win, and you give the selection committee something real to think about. Win, and your resume suddenly looks a lot stronger. Win, and you put yourself squarely on a bubble in a good way. Lose, the conversation changes. You're still holding out hope for other teams to lose. You're still wondering if the committee values your metrics enough. You're basically sweating your entire day through, and you probably already know the result. That's why tonight's the biggest game of the season, because it's not just about advancing in the Mountain West tournament. It's about survival. It's about proving this team still has something left. And after what we saw last night, maybe they do. Maybe that defense is back for Brian Dutcher. Maybe the urgency has arrived at exactly the right time. Maybe this team has one more run in them. And we'll find out tonight. San Diego State, New Mexico. Win, and you're alive for March. Lose, the season's over. That's what's at stake tonight. New Mexico and San Diego State should be a good one. Looking forward to seeing that one play out in Vegas. And it's going to be a late night. I mean, their expected tip-off is 8:59. I don't think that game has ever tipped off at 8:59. That's going to be like a 9:10, 9:15. I mean, if Nevada gives Utah State a run tonight, I'm just telling you, it's going to be late. I got USD Oregon State baseball this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Our game starts at 6:05. I bet you I'm home watching the game before they even tip off. That's how usually late these things go. But when we come back, we're going to talk more about Aztec basketball, what went well last night. We'll break that down. We'll talk about the defense and the rebounding. Later on in the show, we got Padres baseball in the whole 11 o'clock hour. We got the WBC starting back up again this weekend for bracket play. We'll talk about that in the noon hour. Dive into a little bit more SDFC and some NFL free agency at 1 o'clock. And we got Drake Hills in studio. A little extended Braden Surprenant show today, too, by the way, because UCSD women's basketball still alive in the Big West tournament. They tip off today at 2:30. We will have the game. Pretty sure Ted Mendenhall's on the call. Don't know for sure. But we got the extended show. We're taking you all the way up to 2:30 today and UCSD women's basketball. So should be a fun day on a Friday. Just getting started. Braden Surprenant show, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97 through the Fan. We got a lot to get to here on the update for San Diego High School athletics. And the biggest takeaway this week in San Diego High School sports, the section keeps producing great teams, but the CIF state playoffs are a completely different animal. Multiple San Diego teams made deep runs, but a lot of seasons ended just 1 or 2 wins short of a state final. Competition in Southern California is brutal, and we saw that play out across basketball and soccer this week.
Yeah, exactly. Let's start with the deepest run. Francis Parker School girls basketball had the best season in program history, winning a San Diego section open division title and reaching the SoCal Regional semifinal, but it ended in heartbreak. They led by 12 points in the second half before falling 85-79 to Rancho Christian School. The story of the game was freshman phenom Addison Archer, who exploded for 44 points. And no, that is not a typo. I did not misspeak. 44 points in a state semifinal as a freshman. That is insane.
Parker had 4 players in double figures, including 29 points and 12 rebounds from Brianna Brown. But Archer just kept attacking the rim and living at the free throw line. Despite the loss, Francis Parker won the open division, won 2 state playoff games, and had the deepest run in school history. And that's a season to build on and something to be proud about over there in Linda Vista. But Vista had a little bit of a surprise run. Another impressive run came from Vista High School. Panthers reached the Division V SoCal Regional semifinal, but their run ended in a 43-35 loss to Shure High School. They finished the season 20-14, which doesn't jump off the page until you remember this was a first-year coach in Deanna Hale and a team that barely got into the playoffs.
Yeah, they beat 2 teams in the state tournament before finally running into a defensive wall. Senior Isabella Mosley led the team with 17 points, but Shure's 1-3-1 zone shut down Vista's offense most of the game. Still, for a first-year head coach, that is a pretty darn good season to set a foundation for.
Absolutely. Now, other teams in San Diego struggling in basketball. Overall, the state playoffs, rough for the section. San Diego teams struggled against the bigger programs in Los Angeles and the Central Valley. Torrey Pines High School boys basketball lost to Palisades Charter High School. Carlsbad fell to Bakersfield Christian. Poway saw its 7-game win streak snapped by Birmingham Community Charter High School. And that's the reality of the state tournament. You're playing major metro powers every round. A lot of those teams did really well in the CIF playoffs down here in San Diego. State playoffs, just kind of a different animal.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same thing you could say with soccer as well, as Coastal Academy made some big history. The biggest local story outside of basketball belonging to Coastal Academy High School girls soccer. The Stingrays advanced to its first ever CIF state soccer championship with a 2-0 win over Kennedy High School. Now they've won 6 straight matches and have 15 shutouts this season. They will face Lowell High School for the state title, a huge moment for a smaller North County program.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive on the soccer side, but we had more soccer close calls. San Diego also had a few teams just fall short of the state finals. Del Norte lost 1-0 to Mater Dei. San Pasqual lost 2-1 to Miramonte. Both teams had strong seasons, but ran into elite opponents. Let's move to some spring news in volleyball. They're already ramping up. Boys volleyball had a big showcase at the Best of the West tournament. This event featured 12 of the top 25 teams in the country, and San Diego actually held its own. Team finished in the gold division, included the Bishop School, Torrey Pines, La Costa Canyon, Carlsbad, and Poway. And one interesting storyline, Torrey Pines star Griffin Dieter, one of the top liberos in the country, switched to outside hitter this season at 6'4", not your typical libero anyway, and it shows how deep some of these San Diego volleyball programs are.
Yeah, absolutely. And then going back to your world of football, one more note from the football world. Former La Jolla County Day school star quarterback Braxton Burmeister is returning to San Diego high school football. He is joining the staff at Mission Hills High School as offensive coordinator. Burmeister still holds San Diego section records for career passing yards at 11,512 and career touchdown passes at 127. And he will be working with a future 4-star quarterback in Ferreira, I believe. And that could really be an interesting program to watch this year.
Even in the offseason, you still find news for high school football here on our updates. So a lot of stuff to report on the high school stretch as the winter season is coming to a close and spring season is in full force. $10:19 on a Friday, extended Braden Surprenant show today. And how about this? You know, this is one of the first times, Frank, that when we do an extended show, we don't have to try to recreate the script word for word.
That's actually very, very true.
We get to just let it rip, dude. So it's going to be fun. Hopefully Drake's wants to stay an extra segment or so. Keep it flying. UCSD women's basketball tips off at about 2:30. So we're going to take you all the way up to that point. So no Gwen and Chris today. It's us extended. You got free baseball. How about that? Extended. Braden Surprenant show. Looking forward to it. All right. Let's get to what happened last night. More specifically, we talked about the importance of tonight's game against New Mexico. I don't think anybody really needs an explanation for that. And we're going to talk about the bubble. I've been talking too much Padres baseball last bullpen conversations, starting rotation conversations. All right. San Diego State last night. They kept the season alive. 71-62 win over the Colorado State Rams, quarterfinals of the Mountain West Conference Tournament. Thomas and Mack. Victory pushes San Diego State to 21-10 on the season and continues the program's long-standing dominance in this round of the conference tournament. Aztecs are now 18-1 in their last 19 Mountain West quarterfinal games, highlighting how consistently the program performs in Las Vegas. Next up is the semifinal matchup against New Mexico tonight, who advanced 93-77 in a win over San Jose State. But to return to the identity, Frank, last night, it's the first time you saw in a long time that defense and rebounding show up for the Aztecs. That's the formula for winning for this program for a long time, defense and rebounding. Head coach Brian Dutcher emphasized the two pillars after the game, and here are the key defensive numbers. They held Colorado State to shooting 33.3% from the field. Rams scored 21 fewer points than they did in the previous matchup against San Diego State, and the Aztecs won the rebounding battle 43-31. Even more impressive, Colorado State made only 6 two-point baskets in the entire game, and San Diego State dominated inside, outscoring the Rams 42-8 in the paint. That is that suffocating defense that we're used to seeing for Aztec basketball. If they can continue to play like that, they are going to be in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, it's a good sign to see that defensive pressure returning. However, you don't like seeing 1 for 11 from three-point range and 22 for 42 from the free throw line.
That's not great.
This could have been such a more convincing victory than it was. And the Aztecs more or less kind of got lucky towards the end. Again, like that all of that didn't come back to bite them. They live to fight another day. They have to know that's something they have to clear up before they play New Mexico tonight. But that was very, very, very fortunate for them that 1 of 11 from 3 and 22 for 42 from the free throw line did not come back to bite them.
They did 2 things last night. They did something that always wins you games in tournaments, and they did something that always loses you games in tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
They did the defense and the rebounding part. They didn't do the free throw shooting part. 3-point shooting, 1 for 11. Look, if you're going to, at least it's not 1 for like 25 and they continue to shoot threes, which a lot of college teams do nowadays. But the 1 for 11 is one thing. Like, we're used to seeing the Aztecs never really be good from beyond the arc or never really be good on the offensive side. It's always been defensive rebounding, but you got to be able to make your free throws. 22 for 42. Are you kidding me? I've missed 20 free throws. Colorado State attempted that hack-a-shack strategy against Miles Heide, and it was starting to work. Strategy created some serious chaos at the free throw line as multiple Aztecs struggled. They are not going to be able to survive much longer missing free throws. And here are the play. Ty Simmons missed free throws. Bagun Guath missed free throws. Taj DeGorville missed free throws. Sean Newman Jr. missed free throws. Thank God the defense was there. Thank God it was vintage Aztecs defense, because if it wasn't for that, you miss that many free throws, you almost always lose in the month of March.
Yeah, and Michael Irving from Dallas Cowboys fame, very, very big on the foul call last night, apparently, as the head official. No, the head referee last night, Michael Irving. Yeah, Michael Irving.
That's what happens when you go into retirement, dude. Boring. Gets boring. How about the lineup changes? Dutcher made several notable lineup changes last night. One of the major factors of this is because LZ Harrington was out. He was seen wearing a walking boot, suggesting his season could be over. Who knows? But that didn't look very good. You're going to have to do this without LZ Harrington. And instead of inserting BJ Davis in the starting lineup, Brian Dutcher surprised everyone by starting Sean Newman Jr. It's another major change another major change at power forward. Ty Simmons started. He was inserted in the starting lineup to improve rebounding. The move paid off as San Diego State collected 14 offensive rebounds, which led to 18 second chance points. This is a rotation that we're not used to seeing out of Brian Dutcher. When Harrington missed time in the past, they decided to go with, look, we're going to play our best defensive and rebounders today and play some vintage Aztec basketball. And I think that's a big reason why it led to their success.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I mean, you look at what Simpson and Newman were able to do. They shot, 6 for 10 and got 18 points over the course of the game too. So they were benefiting on offense from that switch as well. They played 22 and 20 minutes respectively, but they went with the defense first lineup last night, and it paid off for them on both ends of the court.
The bench depth. We've talked about and we've heard about the bench depth for San Diego State this year ad nauseum this season. And it was a big key to their win because Magoon Guath and BJ Davis were coming off the bench. And coming off the bench, those two in particular, the Aztecs were able to wear down Colorado State that had already played the night before. And San Diego State closed the first half with a 9-0 run, which then pushed the lead to 39-26 at halftime. And the Rams never fully recovered despite their let's just try to hack early in this in earlier than we normally would in the second half to try to force the free throw narrative. But I'm curious to see what the lineup is tonight for Brian Dutcher and the Aztecs, because if they do the same thing, maybe they could stay fresh. I think in tournaments like this, or you got to win 3 games in 3 days, I think based on the depth that the Aztecs have, granted, it's 2,000 feet of elevation. It's not crazy. It's higher than sea level. I think out of all the teams in the Mountain West tournament, the Aztecs have the most depth, even without LZ Harrington, to have the freshest legs going into tonight and going into Championship Saturday. This is where that depth really needs to play out for San Diego State.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that while Magoon Guath and BJ Davis did come off the bench, Pharaoh Compton was the best player that San Diego State had off the bench. Only played 15 minutes, got 11 points, 4 for 4 from the field, 3 for 4 from the free throw line, 4 boards, 3 of them on the offensive side. He also had a block as well. So it wasn't just Guath and it wasn't just BJ Davis, but Pharaoh Compton had a huge night off the bench for San Diego State last night.
And that leads to the last real part of this conversation. And that is the contributing fact. So many guys contributed last night. You talked about Pharaoh Compton. He had the 11 points in the limited amount of time that he played. But if you just go through their lineup last night, they played 9 guys. They had 9 guys get significant minutes. Everybody was playing around 20 minutes, which is great. The only one that played the most was Reese Dixon Waters and Miles Bird. Reese had 33 minutes in the book. Miles Bird played for 30 minutes. But, it's going to keep these guys a little bit more fresh. And then you look at where all the points were from last night. 11 points from Reese Dixon Waters, 12 from Miles Bird, 11 from Pharaoh Compton. You got 9 out of Simmons. You got 6 out of Heidi, 9 out of Sean Newman Jr. Magoon Guath had 7 off the bench. BJ Davis had 6. The only one that didn't score any points was Taj DeGorville. He only attempted 2 shots on the night, and he missed the 2 free throws that he got. But he still got rebounds and contributed in that way with 2 rebounds and 3 assists. So overall, a very collective and joint effort out of San Diego State last night. And again, I think, and I might have overlooked this before, the way that you look at the minutes played for the Aztecs and what they have coming off the bench, I think Brian Dutcher can make this lineup work the next couple of days if they can win tonight, where he could keep and have the freshest team going into Saturday.
Yeah, and they're all playing roughly the same amount of time. Like if you look at it, Simmons and Heidi played 22 minutes. Newman played 20. Guath played 21. Compton played, BJ Davis played 22. The 2 outliers, as you mentioned, were Dixon Waters, who played 33, and Bird, who played 30. Compton and DeGorville both played 15. So everyone is playing virtually the same amount of time, which means they're all equally fresh. And and in tournaments where you're playing on back-to-back days, that's huge to have all of your guys similarly rested. Now, recovery is a little bit different for every person, but to have everyone playing very similar time and still coming away with the wins that you're getting is a big advantage for Dutcher.
I look at Utah State yesterday. Now they blew out UNLV, right? And that's now here's the thing, Aztecs fans, like, worst case scenario to still make the NCAA tournament would be beating New Mexico and then losing in the championship, but you can't lose to Nevada. You have to lose to Utah State. So you have to take on the best if you're San Diego State. So Utah State losing to Nevada tonight would be catastrophically bad. Granted, it would be like an easier path if you want to look from that standpoint. But beating Nevada is not going to give you the points that you need, as well as it doesn't really matter. If you beat Nevada, you're in the tournament anyway. But what I'm saying is, if Utah State wins, they're expected to make the tournament anyway. If Nevada wins, that's a bid stealer. So like that's definitely going to knock you out in that particular case. But I look at Utah State, 3 of their players in their starting 5 played over 30 minutes. You look at, and I'm going to go through some of the other teams here, because I think everybody but Grand Canyon didn't. Nevada was able to win. Like, you got to look at Nevada, see where they're at. I mean, they might be beat up right now just in terms of minutes played. All of their guys played in the high 20s with 2 guys playing 34 minutes. I mean, that's going to be the big factor, I think, moving forward with this Aztecs team. Is I think the depth is going to really help them in the long run. I mean, last night, San Jose State gave New Mexico a little bit of a run, but not really. I mean, they were able to really pull it out. I mean, San Jose State had guys playing 40 minutes, and they only had 2 guys off the bench. They're going to get worn down. But New Mexico, 3 of their 5 stars played over 30 minutes as well, and then the other 2 played 27 and 24. And they had a lot of guys on the bench that had high minutes. Antonio Chol had 20 minutes played. Tavares Miller had 18 minutes played. They only had 2 other guys off the bench, and they barely played for the Lobos. In these tournaments, every single day, it is a lot on your legs, and you've got to stay as fresh as possible. 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. Let's get out to Kevin in Chula Vista. Kevin, you're on the Braden Surprenant Show. What's going on, man?
Well, we'll take the win, and I understand the call for defense, but when this team is ranked somewhere around 16th in the country in defense, which is great, but at the other extreme end, their offense is somewhere well over 100. Therein lies the problem, because if that defense somehow is not there or doesn't play up to excellent capabilities, then you get into a situation where San Diego State's going to have to play catch up in a lot of cases. And this is what's happened to them a lot. So my concern remains, they still don't have the ability to go on stretches where you've got the 3-point shooter out there that is deadly. The other Mountain West teams, Braden, have many of those. And this is where I probably separate with some folks who argue that, we've got a nil problem and we can't keep up. And if your people in your conference are finding these basketball players with those skills, and our squad can't do that for whatever reason, that's a problem. But be that as it may, can't solve that now. I think you're right on target in terms of the defense, and the rebounding has to show up. And I think Dutch made that strategic decision because he sees the same thing. He's not got a dependable offensive team. So they're going to have to win this thing, at least from a conference standpoint, on the back of their defense and whatever rebounding they can assemble.
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, a lot of those problems are that Kevin mentions those are off-season problems. And I've heard from a lot of, Aztec fans and Aztec boosters that they missed on transfers this year. I think this is one of the years where you did miss on a couple of transfers, and they can't miss. That's the thing. This is the same conversation we have in like Major League Baseball with teams that can spend a lot more money, can miss on more guys because they can buy their way out of mistakes. San Diego State is in a position they can't buy their way out of mistakes. They can't miss on transfers, and they got to be better in the transfer portal next year. And we'll talk about that once the season's over. But at this point, it's still rolling. 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. What's the overall bubble, and how does Miami of Ohio losing terribly yesterday affect San Diego State? We'll let you know when we come back on the Braden Surprenant Show. San Diego's number sports station 97 through the Fan. One of the best finishes of the season happened this week for the UC San Diego Tritons. Tritons went on the road to face UC Santa Barbara in the regular season finale, and it came down to the final seconds of the game. UC Santa Barbara actually took the lead with just 7 seconds left, but UCSD didn't panic. Tom Beattie pushed the ball up the floor, dribbled through pressure, and found freshman Jaden Vance cutting to the basket. Vance went up, layup with less than 1 second left, ball game. Tritons win 64-63. UCSD finished the regular season 22-10 overall and 12-8 in Big West play, earning the number 5 seed in the conference tournament. And if this finish is any indication, the Tritons might be one of the most dangerous teams heading into the Big West tournament. Let's talk about it, Frank. Tritons closed the regular season out in what was such a thrilling finish to the season, getting the game-winning bucket on the road with less than a second to go.
Fun game to watch from up at Phoenix Raceway. USD defeating UC Santa Barbara 64-63 on a last-second layup from freshman Jaden Vance. Vance scored the game winner with less than a second left. Triton scoring forced 17 turnovers and had 16 steals, a season high for them. Bold Dengdit led the team with 15 points, while Tom Beattie added 14. Hudson Mays also scored 12. UCSD finishing 22-10 overall and 12-8 in the Big West, which put them in a tie for third.
On to women's basketball. And women's basketball have had a really good season, a very historic season. Triton women are making program history right now. Defeated UCSB 72-65 to secure a share of the Big West regular season title. Team finished 22-8 overall and 17-3 in conference play. UCSD will be the number 2 seed in the Big West tournament with a double bye to the semifinals.
Yep. Michaela Rose, 25 points in the title clinching win. Lev Feeman, 16 points on 8 of 10 shooting. Erin Condren, 12 points, 8 boards. Dominic Maxey set UC San Diego Division I assist record at 136. As a program record, Erin Condren setting the rebound record at 255, and Michaela Rose broke the single-season steals record with 92 swipes over the course of this season.
On to baseball. Very tough road series for UCSD and Eric Newman's club. Tritons lost the series opener 9-5 to Cincinnati. They dropped the Friday doubleheader 16-1 and 13-3. UCSD is now 4-9 overall on the season, but they did have some bright spots.
Yeah, Gabe Camacho going 4 for 5 with a home run and 2 doubles in the doubleheader. He drove in all 4 of the Triton runs that day. He now has 5 homers, third most in the Big West, and now they finished up that series and will be returning home this week.
On to softball, where they had an early conference challenge. UCSD softball began Big West play against the defending champions. And they dropped the 2 games to UC Santa Barbara. They lost 9-2 in game 1, 8-4 in game 2 of a doubleheader. UCSD recorded 15 hits in game 2, matching a season high, but still had some pretty good performers this weekend.
Malia Cherry hit a home run and now leads the Big West with 6 home runs. Haley Garcia, 3 RBIs in game number 2 of that doubleheader against the Gauchos.
Overall for the Tritons, again, this is a program and a school that is still building up from being a Division II program not too long ago. They have done some really good things already. Future is still bright, but you go back to the men's basketball team, just a thrilling way to end. And the Big West tournament, as we take a deeper dive into the Big West tournament, there are a lot of teams that are going to be a tough out in Las Vegas themselves. Irvine ends up winning the conference. Hawaii had a chance to take a share of the title. They choked it up at home late on Saturday to give the Anteaters the number 1 seed, not only the number 1 seed, but an outright championship on their own. But that top half of the Big West is very scary, and any of these teams can win.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking into UCSD's tournament, they're going to be facing Cal Poly on Wednesday in Henderson. So a nice little test for UC San Diego to get their tournament started.
Should be a fun one this week. And we're going to have UCSD men's and women's basketball live on 97 through the Fan during the Big West tournament. Be sure to stay tuned for more Tritons updates next week. I think now is a great time to tell people, Frank. I think this is a great time to tell people about the extra content we have on YouTube.
I don't know what's sparking this conversation, but I do agree that this is a very good time to turn people to the Braden Surprenant YouTube page.
Yes.
To search the extra content that we have up there that does not have time to make it on the show.
So much extra content that we have. We only have 4 hours, guys, every single day. We got a lot of Padres stuff. Well,
4.5 today.
It's not even a half.
4:22.
Nice. Here's what you do, okay? Because we have a lot of extra content. If you go to 97 Through the Fans YouTube page, you can find all of our individual pages on there, and you can subscribe to them. You got Ben and Woods. They got 9,000 subscribers. We have 842 subscribers. We're trying to get to 1,000. Come on. Get out there and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's great. Gwen and Chris, you can subscribe to as well. Sam Levitt, Matt Scraby. You could do all that. But if you click on my show logo on the 97 Through the Fan YouTube page, or if you just go to youtube.com/@B_SURP, it will bring up our YouTube page. And the cool thing about our YouTube page is we have content on there that posts every single day. We have weekly updates on all the teams in town. You want to talk pro sports? We got an update on every pro sport that's going on right now. We got an NHL update once a week. We got an NBA update once a week. We don't have we ever talked about the NHL really in a full capacity on our show?
Nope.
We don't have enough time. So we put our extra content on YouTube. It's great. If you're a big hockey fan, want to know what's going on, want our opinions on the NHL, we got it on YouTube. The NBA, same thing. San Diego FC, we get a little extra stuff. We post more Padres content online as well. Hey, how about the other local teams in town? We got the San Diego Gulls. They're in town. We don't really have time to talk about the Gulls too much on these airwaves. We have a full breakdown every single week, once a week that we update. And again, all of the teams in town we got a high school sports update. That's gonna update again today when you're gonna have that on the on YouTube. We got, you know what? This is the one that Frank loves the most, the Motorsports update. That's always fun.
Which, by the way, of all of the weekly videos, and I'm so proud of
this week,
of all the weekly videos that we do every single week, it is the one that outperforms every single one of them.
Maybe.
Motorsports is the number one of the weekly content every single week, and I love it so much. Thank you all. Yes, it is.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
You haven't checked the numbers recent days.
Are you sure? Are you sure I haven't checked? Because it's number one this week.
This week it is. Last week it was not.
Oh, well.
Last week you lost to March Madness Chaos. You also lost the Aztecs last week, too. And you lost the NHL. Last week was not good for you in the Motorsports rankings. Took a lot of L's last week. A lot of fat L's.
We're number one this week, baby.
That's right. Number one this week, unless you want to go on there and watch the content. Actually.
And I'm flying solo in it. So, that's also interesting,
You have a 2-point lead on UCSD. What could possibly go wrong? But anyway, we have all the local teams in town covered on our YouTube page. It's weekly, and if you watch the show on YouTube, which we love when you guys do that, or if you want to go back and watch after you're listening in your car, we have all of those that we air as commercial breaks in between that you can go out there and watch. So all that content's on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@B_SURP. It's easy to find. If you search Braden Surprenant, it's also easy to find if you go to the 97.3 The Fan page, because on YouTube as well, because they have links. We have links on there to all of our show pages where you can get all that extra content. So there you go. You might even get the Braden special segment on breaking news like Padres signings. That is correct. Go Aztecs. We did that also. So anyway, yeah.
Oh no.
Our guy, I gotta say, our guy Joshua Barajas in the YouTube chat. He was watching YouTube on a delay, and unfortunately missed the biggest fan drawing of himself.
Yeah,
yesterday, which is rough.
he just reminded everyone in chat of the warnings of watching on a delay. He said, do not watch on YouTube. You'll miss your name being called as biggest fan, like I did at 1:30 yesterday because I was watching on delay.
Now, if you watch the YouTube on time, it's actually a little quicker.
Yes, it is.
It's
it
a
is
little
quicker than
on the radio sometimes. So take that for what it's worth. All right. Cole, tough, buddy. Cole Brooks in the YouTube chat. Tough, buddy.
That stinks. Anyway, moving on.
Let's get to the bubble conversation, and we'll wrap up this college basketball opening segment, if you will. Florida's got a 10-point lead on Kentucky. Those games don't really matter right now in the SEC because both those teams are going to be in the NCAA tournament. Florida is playing for a potential 1 seed at this point in time. Now, here's the national bubble watch that has been updated. Who's in? Who's sweating? What games will decide the NCAA tournament field? Selection Sunday is obviously just around the corner. Coming up on this Sunday. I love Selection Sunday. I used to, as a kid, I would make my own brackets like on paper. I wouldn't print it ever. I'd make it. I'd fill it out as they were announcing it. It was so much fun. Post that up in my room. I don't do that as much now. And we got a home game on Sunday. So hopefully the game on Sunday goes very quickly for USD and Oregon State so I can lock into the Selection Sunday show. I might have to just record it and pull a old man Chris Ello and just have nobody tell me who's in the tournament. Turn my phone on. I don't know how he does it. Do you know Chris, during the football season, records Red Zone?
Yes.
And then watches it back, like while fast forwarding the 7.5, 8 hours of football. At the end of the day, it gets done in like an hour. I'm like, how do you survive the entire day without anybody telling you anything? That used to be a thing. But now, I don't think I do. It's too hard to record live sports.
You see, I wouldn't say that because you already have a producer that's a little upset with you for mentioning Oregon State versus San Diego going a little late, going long.
Yeah, Tim Day is all upset that he thinks I just cursed the baseball game today at Fowler Park into going to 18 innings because I said I'd be home in time to watch Aztec basketball because that's how late the tournament games go. All right. Let's talk about what's going on in the national bubble, shall we? All right, so there's locks, there should be in, there's work to do, and there's the Sweating Selection Sunday group on ESPN.com. Locks are obviously safely. The tournament should be in strong position, but there's no guarantees. Work to do, still playing their way into the bubble, and then sweating out Selection Sunday. Does that really need an explanation? Right now, there are a dozen teams fighting for that final at-large spot in the field of 68. Now, safe side of the bubble. Several teams have moved themselves into safer position this week. In the Big Ten, 3 teams essentially locked themselves into the tournament. For everybody that's a UCLA fan here in town, Mick Cronin, our guy. Love Mick Cronin. Mick Cronin? Mick Cronin?
Are you raising your voice at me?
I am, Frank. Mick Cronin. Now, UCLA, I don't think anybody's going to be raising their voice at him at this point. How about the UCLA? Since that press conference, they're now a 97% at-large odds after a strong finish and a Big Ten tournament win. Ohio State also at a 97% odds after late season surge. Iowa still sitting around 94% probability. In the Big 12 conference, TCU is at a 90% chance of making the tournament after winning 9 of 10 before the conference tournament, getting that first win against in the first win of the tournament. And then UCF, 85% odds to get conference potential 8th bid. I don't know. UCF was interesting. They got blown out by Arizona. After they won that first game against Cincinnati, they should be in, but we'll see. In the ACC, the only team near the bubble that still looks fairly safe is the NC State Wolfpack. They got about a 92% odds of making the tournament. Now, here's the true bubble teams. Here's who you need to be paying attention to if you're an Aztec fan, all right? in the Southeastern Conference. Now, none of these teams are playing currently, but you have Missouri at a 72% chance of making the NCAA tournament after a late slide. They're out. They've already lost. Oklahoma's won a couple of games. They're suddenly climbing to 42% odds after a strong SEC tournament run. They play later on today in Nashville. Auburn's at a 41% odd, but 16 losses may be historically too many to get in the tournament. I'm at a point right now, Frank, like I think San Diego State has done more to make the NCAA tournament than Auburn has. And so the question of like putting Auburn in over San Diego State to me would be a joke. I don't think Auburn has any business being in the NCAA tournament. They have a 41% chance of making it. They've already lost. You shouldn't have to worry about them, but they're still listed in front of San Diego State. Texas, they only have a 26% chance of making the tournament after losing 5 of 6. They look like crap. I don't know how they're going to make it, but they're trending downward. They're already out. They're already out of the SEC tournament. In the ACC, SMU's about a 56% chance of making the tournament. Stanford dropped down to a 13% after losing early. So those two teams have already been eliminated from the ACC tournament. And in the Big East Conference, the biggest wild card is Seton Hall, only at a 16% odds, but still alive in the conference tournament. The Aztecs right now are ranked ahead of Seton Hall and Stanford, and they're trying to chase down SMU. That's why I think a win for the Aztecs tonight almost puts them in. Here's the mid-major battle, though, of course, and this is the interesting part because there could be bid stealers out there. The mid-major bubble could have the biggest impact on the entire bracket because 3 teams are currently projected just inside the field. St. Louis, around 76% chance. Santa Clara, about 90%. They didn't win their conference tournament, so they got to sweat it out. And Miami of Ohio, which is one of the weirdest conversations because Miami's 31-1, but their schedule is ranked 303rd nationally. However, historically, one-loss teams almost never miss the tournament, which puts the selection committee in a tough spot. If they get in, the MAC could become a 2-bid league for the first time since 1999, which would create a bid thief scenario and squeeze the bubble, which affects San Diego State. 31-1, you still have to win the games. I get that, but I mean, their schedule being 303rd nationally, they don't have any quad 1 games at all. Not only wins, they don't have no quad 1 games, period. And they've only played 2 quad 2 games, and they're 2-0 in those. And they just took a quad 4 L in the MAC tournament, in the first round of the MAC tournament. If it comes down to Miami of Ohio and San Diego State, that's another interesting question. It's like, how can you leave a team out that's 31-1, but then punish San Diego State because they have not enough quad 1 wins as you bring in a team in Miami that doesn't have any quad 1 games, period. They're an interesting case. I'm really curious to see what the committee does with Miami of Ohio, Frank.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you can't just completely disrespect the accomplishment of going 30-0 is. I mean, that is, or 31-0. That is a huge deal. That is a major accomplishment that very, very few teams, especially in basketball, are able to do. So you have to honor that in some way, shape, or form, even if that schedule is as bad as it is. But at the same hand, you don't really help your case losing in the first round of the MAC tournament. You can kind of tell if you followed them throughout the second half of the season, you could tell that those games were getting closer and closer and closer, and they were getting luckier and luckier and luckier in those wins.
Yeah.
So you could kind of tell that a loss was coming. It really does hurt, though, that it was in the first round of the MAC tournament. If it would have come later, I think they had a stronger case, but the first round, that's tough.
I feel like strength of schedule has to matter, though. If San Diego State played the schedule that Miami of Ohio did, what would the record be? I mean, look at San Diego State's games. They played 2 of the 4 teams are going to get a number 1 seed. They played.
You can't say that this year because anyone who's looking to make a fair argument will say you lost in double overtime at home to Troy.
Who knows? That's still a better game than any of the games that Miami has played. By the way,
you lost
3 of the 30 games 3 of the 30 wins for Miami are against D2 teams, by the way. Did you know that?
San Diego's got a couple of those, don't they?
They
Or
have one. 3 non-D1 wins for Miami of Ohio, too. If they didn't lose in the first round, I think they're in. But the fact that they lost to UMass in the first round.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Troy would beat that team's ass. I got to say. Padres baseball. News from Craig Stammen from last night. If you missed it, we'll play it next. Broadcasting live from the Bill House Studios. He's Frank Marchese. I'm Braden Surprenant. We're the Braden Surprenant Show, live and local each every day from 10 to 2 on San Diego's number one sports station, 97.3 The Fan. A lot of college basketball talk in the first hour. A lot of games going on today. Not the same level of volume we had yesterday in college basketball, but the quality is definitely getting upgraded a little bit, although Florida's up 10 on Kentucky in the first half. Other games for you in action right now, as we had a week from right now, we will be having games here in San Diego. Who knows? Will Hofstra be here, Frank?
And like I said yesterday, there might be a day off in my future.
You are you're telling on yourself at this point.
I have been here for 4 years.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna pull the whole like I'm gonna be sick that day, you can't like announce it on the radio that you're gonna be sick.
I have been
You're outing yourself before you get there. You should have kept that part to yourself.
Yeah, and if I'm in an area where I just so happen to be on TV, it does the same thing anyway. I've outed myself anyway. May as well get it over with.
You're not gonna be on TV.
I have been here for 4 years. I have called out sick and time. Once.
You were probably actually sick, though.
I was, yes. And Adam, when he called me to see if I was all right, he's like,
okay.
Oh my God, get off this phone and go to bed.
All right. Here's the thing, though. You know, if our guy, we have Owen here, who is a Cathedral Catholic student who's got the day off today. He's not playing hooky. And he is observing the show. A little bit of learning here. But if Owen were to like say in class to one of his teachers, like, oh, I might be sick that day, that's going to red flag. Like, he's not going to out himself like that. You keep that part to yourself, Frank.
See, there's a difference, though. He is in school trying to get a grade to where he can be in this seat one day. I love this seat. I will do what I need to do to keep it, and Owen will have to accept that.
That didn't make any sense.
Don't worry about it. It made sense in my mind.
You're not making any sense.
It made sense in my mind. Stop thinking about it.
No, my question is, like, why would you? Here's the thing with our job.
I'm going to be sick on opening day.
Here's the thing with our job. Here's the thing with our job is there's a lot of people that listen to us, which means you're self-incriminating on the playing hooky at work deal with announcing that if Hofstra makes the tournament, I'm going to be sick that day, which means you can't call out sick.
But here's the thing.
Because they know you're not sick.
Here's the thing, though. I do have the ability to take a tie line there if I really wanted to. And I could do the show while
Hang on a second.
at the game.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Your job's to do that. So, no, you can't. You can't do that. By the way, here's another reason why I know you can't do that. I have covered the NCAA tournament multiple times. Have you covered the NCAA tournament before?
No.
You would not know the rule that nobody's allowed to broadcast within a certain foot radius of the stadium. So all those newscasters you see that have to give updates, they get screamed at if they do it within the confines of Viejas Arena, even outside. They have to go outside of the property of Viejas Arena in order to do their update. So you'd have to go find some place on campus to post up, which would then defeat the purpose of your entire proposal in the first place.
It's a recording. It's not getting broadcasted anywhere. Don't worry about it. Source, trust me, bro.
You've never dealt with the NCAA, have you? No, that's you're in a, you know what? Good luck. That's all I got to say. Just good luck. Just go ahead.
You know what
go try it. Go try it. And then.
You know what the best part about all of this is?
Here's what's going to happen. Frank, the Monday after the next weekend, is going to is going to come back with his tail between his legs going like, and I'm going to be like, they didn't let you broadcast. Nah, they didn't let me broadcast.
No, you know what the best part about all of this is that these last 4 minutes are going to be made completely pointless by the fact that Hofstra's not even going to get selected to come here.
I hope they do
because I don't get that lucky.
I don't want them to, just for the benefit of you not having to go through the awkward situation of trying to pretend like you're sick, like Ferris Bueller, and call Adam and be like, I can't come in today.
Like I said, I don't get that lucky. So there's no shot they're coming here. There is no chance. And I'm not going to mess around and play again. Yeah, see, look, Arizona, LIU, UCLA, Texas A&M.
Well, they're not going to be one of those because they're going to get a 13 or a 12 seed.
St. John's, McNeese, Texas Tech, Utah Valley. They're expected to go to Tampa now. So they're not coming here.
Why would you say that? Because Monday, have you noticed that they've been projected to go to a different city every day for the last 4 days? They have no idea. You have no idea.
I don't get that lucky.
Hey, you know what? Maybe Juan could just take your spot. Juan Ruiz in the chat, in the YouTube chat. He did mention in the YouTube chat he has a minor degree in sound engineering.
Okay, well,
he can cover for you.
See, Adam, we got coverage all set up for you now. We're ready to go. A trained monkey can do this job. I am proof of it. We're good.
Doesn't sound like that. Maybe that seat's not going to stay warm then.
Like I said, it's not going to matter because they're not coming here.
They're definitely going to come here,
No,
and then I'm going to be able to witness this awkward conversation about you requesting a day off after Adam specifically told everybody in an email not to do it within a week, and then of course you then trying to pull the sick card after outing yourself on the radio multiple times. Oh, and everything's archived and stuff. So if you missed any of this, Adam, you could go back and watch on YouTube of Frank telling his evil plan before it actually happens. You should have kept it to yourself.
Again,
you played yourself.
Again, the reason why I say it so openly and so brazenly is because I know they're not coming here.
They're definitely coming here now.
They're not.
When you say you don't get that lucky, now you're going to get put in an awkward spot. And so, yes, you're not that lucky. It's now going to happen.
I stayed in a Holiday Inn last night. I could fill in.
It's true. I might not know how to run a board, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Dexter in Spring Valley, you're on the Braden Surprenant Show. What's going on, Dexter?
You know, it's like, Frank, you're doing your "I'm so depressed" your impression.
No.
When you should be saying this, if you want your evil plan to work and you're outing yourself, this is what you should say. You should go up to Adam and say, it's like this: Adam, I got a fever. And the only cure is more Hofstra.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Foul. 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 Foul.
He draws the foul.
Dexter's fouled out. That was so good.
That's a good one, though.
Tee him up. Get him out. That had to be one of Dexter's best phone calls I have ever heard. Technical, gone, red card.
Oh my God,
he just pulled
a
Tverskov by getting ejected from the show with it relatively in the early part of the contest. In Vartson, yes. In Vartson.
We got the point.
He got red carded. We'll see you, Dexter.
Straight red.
Run him. I don't want to steal like Rome's bit, but it would have been great to play like I don't like that call. The LT slide, dude. Fits perfectly with this show as a TCU guy. Anyway.
God, that was funny.
Oh, man. I gotta feel. You know what? If you were to actually go up to Adam and execute that perfectly, he might have to give you the day off. That is hilarious. That's a great call. Amazing. 833-288-0973. 833-288-0973. Are you ready to lock in on some Padres talk here? Are you okay? Are you going to be okay?
Adam will let him go. He's still glowing from the Tua signing.
Hey, you know what? Adam was actually more excited about that Tua signing than I thought he was going to be. He was explaining it to, he was justifying, this is where you're in he's at this part of fandom where he's justifying Atlanta Falcons moves. Hey, it's only cost us $1 million. Come on. Really? Tua? Anyway. All right. Last night's spring training game wasn't that great. Padres suffered a 10-1 spring training loss to Kansas City. Again, take this for what it's worth. Their spring training games, the overall results, not the problem. What you want to see is individual performances. Let's start off with Germán Márquez. Germán Márquez was not very good last night. He was the biggest storyline of the game because he has the path to be the number 5 starter because he signed a major league deal for $1.7 million, whatever it is. Right-hander Germán Márquez, who was competing for a spot in the Padres rotation, struggled mightily. With command in his third Cactus League start, he threw just 28 strikes out of 56 pitches, including only 11 strikes among 27 pitches in the first inning. He lasted only 1 2/3 innings, allowing 6 runs on 4 hits, 4 walks, while striking out just 1 batter. And the outing pushed his spring ERA to a 12.15, raising serious concerns about his readiness for the season. This is probably the first setback we've seen out of somebody that has been in competition this year, Frank, is Germán Márquez. Because we've seen like Ty France, Jose Miranda, they're battling it out, right? Walker Buehler has answered the call both times so far. But Germán Márquez, after a good start last week, comes back with a little bit of a clunker. I know they're working on things. I know you can't. You get one. But this next start for Germán Márquez, if he gets one or whenever it may be, that's going to be, to me, the deciding factor of whether or not he makes this team, assuming there's no other types of injuries that might apply or certain players starting on the injured list, which we're going to get to in the next segment.
It was also an interesting point to think about that this was the first time we've seen somebody who's been in competition to have a clunker after a couple of good outings. Because the first time we saw
Marco Gonzalez didn't look very good, right? JP Sears did not look very good. Tristan McKenzie didn't look very good in their first, but then they all kind of bounced back a little bit.
Yeah, and Germán Márquez was the same way. He had a clunker in his first outing, and then after that, turned it around. This is the first time we've seen someone have a bad day after that turnaround. So that's also another interesting point with the guys battling too.
Offensively, the Padres starting lineup managed just 4 hits, with the lone highlight coming from Ramon Laureano, who he led off the 6th inning with his first home run of the spring. Freddie Fermin added a double. Ty France and Nick Castellanos each recorded singles. Ty France continues to hit his way on this team. I mean, I know Craig Stammen's been a little tongue-in-cheek with the whole, like, well, if you hit, you're going to be on the team. He continues to hit. Him and Jose Miranda continue to hit in spring training. Several key hitters struggled at the plate last night. Jackson Merrill went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Not worried about it, nor do I care. It's going to happen. Jake Cronenworth was 0 for 2 with a strikeout after drawing a leadoff walk. It's going to happen. He's been red hot. Don't really care. First baseman Gavin Sheets continues a difficult spring by going 0 for 3, dropping his average to a 174 to the 691 OPS. I will say this about Gavin Sheets, though. I do think his at-bats are not bad. Like his whole approach, his approach has been good. I like the way he's been more patient at the plate. Yeah, his numbers right now are not great, but that's another situation where you're looking at the game within the game in spring training more than the actual results.
Agreed, 100%.
So that was like the offensive side. In terms of like the pitching after Márquez, you got to see Adrian Morejon. He provided relief. Stranded the runner inherited from Márquez and later returning for a second inning. He recorded 3 strikeouts, 2 of which came after successful ABS challenge reversals by Freddie Fermin. Hey, Freddie started to get it down, huh? Add it to the baseball savant. Actually, it's already been added. ABS challenges. JP Sears, a little bit of a bounce back. More intriguing performance last night from Sears. He struck out 6 batters, allowing 3 runs over 3 innings. Showed solid command, 49 strikes and 77 pitches. After being struck on the foot by a comebacker, JP stayed in the game, completed 2 additional scoreless innings, ultimately lowering his ERA to an 8.44. Again, we've talked about JP Sears a lot during this camp. JP Sears is a guy to me that's not going to be on the opening day roster, but is a guy that will give you starts at some point during the season. He is a project for them. They still traded, even though they traded for Mason Miller, they still traded for JP Sears too. They obviously see something in JP Sears in the long run. He is a project, but it looks like he's starting to settle in a little bit, which is good to see. He's not ready yet though, Frank.
No, I would agree with that. I think a little bit more time down in El Paso, I think would benefit him greatly. And again, for more of the process thing, because again, we know that the stadiums in Texas, especially the PCL, are launching pads. So I would want to see more process out of JP Sears before he comes up.
Now, while Sears' numbers remain inflated from earlier outings, his strike throwing and resilience could help his case in the Padres rotation for later on in the year. He's also got options and control and all that stuff. David Morgan continued his strong spring with a scoreless 8th inning, striking out 2 batters while allowing 2 singles. David Morgan's been excellent. David Morgan's been great since he got pulled up last year, and he's really solidifying himself in this bullpen for the Padres. High velo on his fastballs, but he's been a really good add to this bullpen. A bullpen that lost, a guy like Robert Suarez, and then David Morgan advancing a little bit, Jeremiah Estrada, now you have Bradley Rodriguez. I mean, the hard throwers are continuing up the pipeline here for the Padres. Now, defensively, Padres also experimented with some lineup positioning. Jake Cronenworth made his 4th start at shortstop and as the leadoff hitter, a role that has mostly been filled this spring, while Xander Bogaerts finishes his participation in the WBC. Despite the lopsided result, the game's biggest takeaway, though, is how unsettled the back end of the Padres rotation still appears, with multiple pitchers attempting to claim the final spot before opening day. Padres will continue sorting through those decisions. Michael King taking the mound in the Cactus League matchup today against the Los Oclamento Athletics. We've added the loss, right? How did Craig Stammen think the game went yesterday? Let's get to what Craig had to say, manager Craig Stammen, after the game, some of his thoughts.
What'd you think of Germán tonight?
Tough day for him. Couldn't find much of anything really. Battling his fastball, battling the breaking ball. Just got off to a tough start and had to get him out of that first inning pitch count. He probably would have got out of it with just 2 runs, and then it kind of snowballed from there.
Did that comebacker get JP?
On the bottom of the shoe, right where all the hard plate is, so perfect spot. Kick saving a beauty.
He finished strong. I mean, no walks. I mean, what did you think of him today?
Yeah, I thought JP threw the ball really well. We catch that pop-up that hit in his first inning. He gets out of that with no runs, ends up probably only giving up 1 run. He had a lot more swing and miss. His changeup was really good tonight. Thought he held runners well, finished the game probably pitching as strong as he has all spring.
Are they going to stay in the same day? Like, is there a chance that Sears starts and Germán comes in?
There's a chance. I haven't looked that far ahead. I'll have to, Rubens kind of handles that through spring training. Talk to him, see what it looks like. But we got to give both those guys opportunities and make a good decision when spring training ends.
In a greater sense with JP, no matter where he breaks camp, whether on the roster or in the minor leagues, how important is he to kind of the bigger picture, considering who he's been, his major league experience?
Yeah, you make up a good point. He's going to be very important for our success this year. He's a workhorse, and we're going to need some workhorses that pitch a lot of innings throughout the year. So excited for, what JP looks like right now and what he's going to be able to provide for us during the season.
And we knew that was going to be the case with JP Sears, right? I mean, he's the guy that's going to be giving them starts throughout the year because he's the guy that they, again, invested money in, invested trade capital in, and a guy that's under control and doesn't have to make the team stay in the organization like a couple other players on this particular team. Now, how does the starting rotation stack up after Germán Márquez's outing yesterday? And what's the latest news on some pitchers and some injuries? Craig Stammen talked to the media yesterday. When we come back, we'll describe what's going on with the Padres in terms of pitching staff when we come back on the Braden Surprenant Show, San Diego Sports Station 97.3 The Fan.
It's time for the Motorsports update for the week, and I'm flying solo as I sit here at the press box at Phoenix Raceway in Avondale, Arizona. A great weekend of racing overall, not just with NASCAR, but also with IndyCar and overseas with Formula One as well, kicking off their season in Melbourne, Australia. Let's start with NASCAR here, as we are again in Phoenix. A great race, a race that had a lot of twists and turns over the course of the day. The 2 drivers that were clearly the class of the field were Christopher Bell in the number 20 for Joe Gibbs Racing and Ryan Blaney, who ended up winning the race here this week. Those 2 by far and away had the best cars here today. Christopher Bell stayed out of trouble, had most of the day to himself out in front, just on pure raw pace and speed. Ryan Blaney, though, had to overcome a lot of obstacles, had a couple of loose wheels, not once but twice, had a loose wheel. Left front the first time, a left rear the second time, had to come from the back of the field twice, ended up passing 49 cars, which is by far and away more than any other driver was able to pass over the course of the race. Couple of late restarts, 2-tire decision, again, really helped Ryan Blaney get that race win, get himself into a position. Had to pass Ty Gibbs at the end of the race, who was fighting for his first ever win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Unfortunately for Ty, came up just a little bit short. He's going to end up getting 4th place today. Christopher Bell, who took 4 tires on the last pit stop with about 20-25 to go, made the same mistake, you could say, that Denny Hamlin made come the end of the season last year here at Phoenix, that ended up losing him a championship. Christopher Bell just did not have enough time, cleared Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs with about 7 laps to go, give or take, and just could not make up what was about a 1-second gap to Ryan Blaney in order to get the race win. Tyler Reddick, who was going for 4 for 4 this year to start off, unfortunately did not have that go well for him. He never really had it today. He had a good car in the first stage, finished, I believe it was 3rd, if I remember correctly, in the first stage, but just did not have it the rest of the day. He ended up finishing 8th. His 2311 teammate Bubba Wallace comes home in 6th. Just to round out the top 5 or 6 for the Cup Series. Ryan Blaney collects his first win of the year, back-to-back here at Phoenix as well. Remember, he won the last race of the season here at Phoenix as well. Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin rounding out the top 5. Bubba Wallace, William Byron, Tyler Reddick, Michael McDowell, and Eric Jones, who qualified in 32nd for the race here today, coming home in the top 10. Yesterday's races here were also very, very good. Jesse Love dominated the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race here last night. Unfortunately, he did not come away with the win. Justin Allgaier in the number 7 for Junior Motorsports, really, really good on the long run. And no matter what Jesse Love tried to do at the end, Justin Allgaier was going to be the car to beat, and he was the winner last night. So Junior Motorsports comes away with their first win of the season. IndyCar yesterday afternoon was a fantastic race. David Malukas started on pole in the number 12 for Penske, led the first 73 laps. Unfortunately, wasn't able to lead the rest of the way. After the first round of pit cycles, went through. Joseph Newgarden, who qualified in 2nd, was right up there all day, was right up there battling with Pato O'Ward, who was able to grab the lead of the race as his pit cycle was so far off. But the biggest story that came out of yesterday, well, the biggest story was the fact that Alex Palou, who has been leading the IndyCar Championship ever since, I believe it was August of 2024, crashing out in the first 10 laps of this race. Did have a little bit of contact with the number 76, put Alex Palou in the wall that's actually just behind me here, just behind the camera shot, and ended his day early. So Alex Palou, for the first time in a calendar year and a half, will not be the points leader in the IndyCar Series. Great racing towards the end between Joseph Newgarden and Christian Rasmussen. Rasmussen found a lane that nobody else here was able to find yesterday, and was able to really run that middle lane where no one else was able to. Got into it, I believe it was with Will Power towards the end of the race, cut Will Power's tire down, and then from there, Rasmussen was kind of fighting back. Mick Schumacher had a solid run. He finishes 18th in his first ever oval race, coming over from Europe, coming over from Formula One, the Formula 2 champion.
All guests join us on the SDCCU fan hotline. It's not Big Bank Banking. It's better as we broadcast live from the Bill House Studios. We know how. He's Frank Marchese. I'm Braden Surprenant. This is the Braden Surprenant Show, live and local each every day from 10 to 2 on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. As we got Shadow today, Owen joining us from Cathedral Catholic. Got a day off today, which is super cool. He's got The teachers have had meetings twice this week, so the guy only had a 3-day week of school. How about that? That's a heck of a weekend leading up both times. Sounds fun. Sounds like a great time. This weekend, I got USD Oregon State. Baseball should be a fun one over there at Fowler Park. I'll keep you updated on what's going on in the college baseball world as well later on in the show. We're going to have Drake Hills join us at the 1:35. But let's get to some of the big news from yesterday before the Padres game. Now, a lot of big storylines from yesterday's spring training as the Padres continue to be defined by, a little bit of injuries and uncertainty, particularly in the pitching staff side of things. The team suffered a significant blow when reliever Bryan Hoeing elected to undergo flexor tendon surgery, ending his 2025 season before it began. Bryan Hoeing is a guy that is, consistently battled with some injuries since coming over from Miami. Obviously hope for him to have a speedy recovery. I don't necessarily know if Bryan Hoeing was actually going to be in that bullpen to start the season. I was not really one that would think that was the case. So I don't necessarily think this changes anything in terms of like who's competing for a bullpen spot. And I don't think this opens up another bullpen arm, because I just, Bryan Hoeing to me was an outside guy looking in. And he was a guy that was running out of options too, if I'm not mistaken. So he's going to be on the injured list the entire season. Hoeing had expected to play some multi-inning role for the Padres after he showed a lot of promise following the Padres picking him up for the Marlins in the 2024 trade deadline. But in limited action with the Padres, he posted a 1.52 ERA across 22 and 2/3 innings in 18 appearances, obviously demonstrating the type of versatility the Padres value in middle relief. But with that happening, in the injuries, it's probably better to just, elect the surgery, get fixed, and then be back ready for 2027. So he'll be missing all the 2026 season. Craig Stammen described the loss as a major setback, noting the organization believe Hoeing could be a big part of the bullpen and fill multiple roles, particularly in bridging the gap between starters and late inning relievers. Now, the Padres will look internally to replace that role. Guys like Logan Gillespie, Kyle Hart, Jackson Wolf, they're emerging as candidates to take on that multi-inning bridge relief role Hoeing would have occupied. Again, I'm not so sure that Bryan Hoeing would have been that guy, but Logan Gillespie has been great in spring. Kyle Hart has looked really good in spring. Jackson Wolf starting to do a lot of damage in spring. I think the Padres are in a really good spot with all three of those guys. And Frank, I look at it, Logan Gillespie is the one guy that doesn't have options, and the way he's pitching, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes over that role at least the beginning part of the season in 2026.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a big fan of Logan Gillespie. He had a little bit of a confusing start to spring with him getting scratched at the last second from the opening start of spring, but then finding out he was having a kid, so there's nothing physically wrong. But after that, I mean, he has come back with that new dad power, that new dad energy, and he is rolling through spring so far this year. It'd be very, very nice to see him being one of the guys that makes the opening day roster. If not, it's going to be a little hard to potentially see someone who has done so well and who the Padres have had in their organization for the last couple of years potentially leave for nothing.
Let's get to the starting pitching now. So meanwhile, starting pitcher Matt Waldron is beginning to ramp back up after undergoing surgery for his hemorrhoid situation earlier in camp. Waldron recently threw his first live batting practice session since the procedure. He tossed roughly 25 pitches to hitters before adding another bullpen session. And while Waldron said he feels physically ready, he has acknowledged now that he is no longer competing for an opening day roster spot. Instead, he is expected to begin the season on the injured list while continuing to build his pitch count and arm strength. Waldron's situation is obviously complicated by the fact that he is out of minor league options, meaning Padres will eventually have to make a roster decision once he returns. And I look at this situation as this helps the Padres and try to keep as many arms as possible and keep the competition going past spring training. But I think Matt Waldron is the guy that they're going to get back up And if things go wrong with the guys that they pick to make this team, then Matt Waldron gets added to the team and they cut bait with some of the players that make the team. But if those guys do well, Walker Buehler or Germán Márquez, some, just to name a few, in actual Major League Baseball games when the season starts, it might be Matt Waldron that's on the outside looking in.
And I believe Matt Waldron could be one of those guys that I don't see him necessarily having a problem clearing waivers. Because, yes, while he is a unique pitcher in way of that knuckleball, I don't see him as being like an everyday, like a fourth or fifth starter that could potentially break a roster without possibly going back on waivers again or getting sent down by another team. So I think if there is one guy who has the ability to go through waivers and make it through and end up in El Paso, I believe that that he could be the guy.
I think he could probably sneak through. And you mentioned before it's a unique situation. Like if you're a team that you got to pick up Matt Waldron, maybe I'm making too big of a deal of this, but his best pitch is what?
A knuckleball.
It's a knuckleball. And that's the big reason why he's been able to crack the major league ranking. It's not his sweeper. It's not his cut. It's not any of his other pitches. The reason why he was able to pitch in big league games, the knuckleball.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since that is his best pitch, what is something that you need to have experience with for a knuckleball pitcher?
You need a catcher who can catch said knuckleball and not Bob Uecker's way.
Correct. So to bring him into a different organization and then, because he's not going to be, I don't think he's going to be on a major league club, but if he is, at that point in time, you're going to have to get a major league catcher to learn quickly how to catch a knuckleballer. I don't think he has been in a point where he has been that good, Frank, as you mentioned, at being a knuckleball pitcher to potentially have a team take a chance on him and then get a catcher up to speed and then try to do it in games. Because it's not like they have this like long period of time to get catchers up to speed with Matt Waldron. And there's not a lot of knuckleballers out there currently. There might only just be Matt Waldron. I don't know of any off the top of my head, which means there's not a lot of catchers that are used to catching the knuckleball. So I think that plays into what you're saying. I don't think a lot of teams are going to pick him up off waivers.
No, he like I think he has the best chance of sneaking through. And by the way, for those of you who don't know the Bob Uecker way of catching a knuckleball, it's pick it up when it stops rolling. But that is another thing. So you're not only acquiring a pitcher, you're acquiring a specialty pitcher, which is going to require you go out and acquire a catcher that you didn't need already because none of your other catchers can catch a knuckleball.
Correct.
So it makes little to no sense for a team to pick him up on waivers.
Which leads to another injury. Not really injury, but a way that a guy is coming back that absolutely affects this rotation. And we got the latest about Joe Musgrove, and we'll talk about it when we come back on the Braden Surprenant Show. San Diego State Sports Station 97.3 The Fan.
Yes.
San Diego FC might actually be better than the team that shocked the MLS last year. They're now 3-0 to start the 2026 season after a 1-0 road win over Sporting Kansas City. And once again, it was Anders Dreyer delivering the moment. Dreyer scored the only goal of the match in the 39th minute, finishing a beautiful setup from Oni Valakari. But the real surprise right now might be the goalkeeper. 19-year-old San Diego native Duran Ferri has now started 3 games, and he still hasn't allowed a goal. He made 2 huge saves late in the match to preserve the shutout and keep San Diego perfect on the season. Think about this. 3 wins, 0 goals conceded. And they've done it playing 3 different styles. Explosive offense, structured defense, and now a gritty road win. The real test is coming, though. San Diego FC now faces Toluca in the CONCACAF Champions Cup and begins a stretch of 5 matches in 16 days. So here's the question. Is San Diego FC just hot to start the season, or are we watching a legitimate MLS Cup contender? Frank, let's talk about last week. San Diego FC just keeps winning.
Yeah, 1-0 road victory against Sporting Kansas City this weekend means that San Diego FC now starts the season at 3-0-0. They're doing it in a way that looks even more complete and more composed than the expansion team that shocked the league a year ago. 3 wins, 0 goals conceded, and the star of the show once again, Anders Dreyer, just once again driving home the fact that he should have been the MLS MVP last year.
Yeah, he delivered the only goal of the match in the 39th minute. He finished a clever setup from Valakari and burying it in the top corner. It's exactly what he did all last year. Create chances, control tempo, deliver in big moments, and now he's doing it again to start 2026. This is why the club gave him that long-term contract extension. Dreyer isn't just being productive. He is the engine of this offense for San Diego FC.
Yeah, he has been absolutely incredible. And now you've put Marcus Ingvarts in there with him. Amal Pellegrino can also pick up that slack on the other side of the wing. That is a very dangerous offensive front for San Diego FC, led by one of the most dangerous players in the league.
The real story, though, might be the defense in terms of the goalkeeping, because this is a huge story happening in goal. Duran Ferri is 19. He is a 19-year-old from Del Norte High School. He just graduated high school.
What were you doing at 19, bud?
I was not playing MLS soccer. I can tell you that. He is, and not only that. I mean, it'd be one thing if he was playing and they're winning games like 6-4, or it's a high-scoring affair. But no, he's made 3 straight starts and still hasn't allowed a goal. He came up with 2 massive saves late in the match to preserve the win, including a diving stop in the 88th minute and another lunging save in stoppage time. And remember, he's 3rd on the depth chart. He's not even the backup. CJ Dos Santos is still recovering from surgery. Pablo Cisniega, who, by the way, signed a contract extension, was suspended earlier. And now Faria is forcing the coaching staff into a real decision, and that's a great problem to have in soccer.
And like I said last week, when you go down, you lose your starting goalkeeper, you're giving something up with your backup. But it has been just stellar what San Diego has been able to do between the pipes. It has been unreal that this kid is 3 clean sheets, 3 games into his MLS career. It is unreal what Duran Ferri has been able to do in stepping up. Again, not just for Pablo Cisniega, but also for CJ Dos Santos.
This team seems more complete than it was last year. They're really building off of what was a great year last year, and that's the scary part for the rest of the MLS. San Diego might actually be better this season than they were last year, which finished 1st in the Western Conference and was a game away from going to the MLS championship. So far this year, 3-0, no goals conceded in MLS play, league leading possession numbers, balanced scoring across the roster. But I do have to say, the 3 teams that they have played in the MLS so far are near the bottom of the standings, and we're near the bottom of the standings last year.
Yeah, but also you have to think, we talk about this so often with the other professional sports teams in town, also the colleges. You have to take care of business against teams you should be taking care of business against. And that is exactly what San Diego FC has done. And they've done it very convincingly. So this is a good team taking care of business against teams that they should be taking care of business against. It shouldn't be applauded because, yeah, you haven't beat LAFC yet this year. You haven't beat Vancouver yet this year. But it also can't be ignored that they're doing the job that they are supposed to be doing.
Yeah, last week they beat St. Louis City SC with structure and discipline. Before that, they crushed CF Montreal with explosive offense, and now they win a tight road game in Kansas City. 3 very different styles of victory, and that's the sign of a very mature team.
Yep, absolutely. And now comes the challenge, because now they're hitting a crucial stretch. They're hitting Toluca in the Champions Cup, a road trip to Dallas, 5 matches.
Broadcasting live from the Bill House Studios, we know how. He's Frank Marchese. I'm Braden Surprenant. I want to mention that all of our guests join us on the SDCCU fan hotline. It's not big bank banking. It's better. Reminder, tune in at 1 o'clock for us to announce today's biggest fan. Is this the last of the biggest fan?
It is. Today is the last biggest fan for our show.
Today is the last biggest fan for our show, which means there's only. Oh, actually, you know what? Is this the last one? Period.
Yeah, because Gwen and Chris aren't. They don't. They're not on today.
Wow, this is your last. This could be. This
What
is
an
your
honor.
last chance. Last chance. Got to be tuned in at 1:00. Today is the final day. Last chance to be qualified and a chance to have a night in our Odyssey suite at a future Padres game with all the fan staff. Register your name at 97. Well, I guess you can't do that anymore. Don't do that. Why didn't we have a final day read?
Next year, register your name.
Today's the last day. Tune in at 1:00. It's your last chance to try to win. That's all I need to be said. Okay, let's get into this Joe Musgrove situation. Do we have audio on that? I can't remember at the top.
We
of
had
my head.
audio for Bryan Hoeing. I don't. Yeah, actually, I think we do. Hold
From
on,
yesterday?
Let me go back and see.
Okay, so here's the biggest storyline that impacts the starting rotation. Okay, it's what are they going to do with Joe Musgrove? He's going to pitch in 2026. Before let's just preface this right now. He's going to pitch in 2026. Okay,
We do have sound.
all right. He's continuing to progress cautiously following Tommy John surgery in October of 2024. What did Joe Musgrove say on our show at FanFest? He wants to be able to make it through the entire year. He wants to make impactful, meaningful starts later in the year. He doesn't mind missing starts or spreading them out over the course of the season in order to pitch in October. That being said, Musgrove has thrown just once in the bullpen since making his exhibition start earlier this month, and the Padres have placed him in what the coaching staff describes as a holding pattern. While Musgrove's velocity and pitch movement reportedly looked strong in that outing, his arm did not recover as quickly as expected afterward, prompting the team to temporarily shut him down. The Padres anticipated this possibility as part of his long-term recovery plan and are prioritizing his health for the full season rather than rushing him into an opening day rotation, which, by the way, I am totally 100% on board with this.
Absolutely.
Pitching coach Ruben Niebla framed the decision as a step back to move forward, emphasizing that additional pauses in Musgrove's ramp-up could happen throughout the season. With Musgrove likely to start the year on the injured list, the Padres now have 2 rotation spots up for grabs heading into the final weeks of spring training, which obviously drastically changes the narrative of the conversation of the starting rotation. I think with this news, Walker Buehler is now just right in ink. He's on the team. I don't think you need to worry. They like what they see out of Walker. He's making this team now. Almost, I'll put it 99.8% certainty just in case something crazy happens. But Walker Buehler is going to be on this team. Now it comes down to Marco Gonzalez, Tristan McKenzie, Germán Márquez, JP Sears. We're going to talk about in a second. But what did Craig Stammen say about this situation? Here's Craig yesterday at Padres camp.
Craig, what's the latest on Joe, his status, progression, on kind of the pause?
Yeah, Joe's still kind of a little bit of a holding pattern, waiting to kind of get over that hump, feel a little bit better before we start doing anything out on the field, but still in a good spot, still something we knew was going to kind of happen and had to prepare for, and we got his best interest in mind. So just a little pause.
Is it fair to characterize kind of the pause as the goal being to get him through a season, have him pitching in the most important parts of the year rather than being like hyper focused on, first turn through the rotation?
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point, is we want him pitching as much as we can this season, and to take a few breaks throughout the season, even spring training, is the best way we think that can happen.
When does he need to get back into a game, or has that time already passed in terms of him being in the first turn through the rotation?
I don't know exactly. To me, it doesn't really matter. Like, probably the last thing we're worried about is if he's making the first turn through the rotation. Obviously, in the perfect world, he makes 35 starts for us. That's not realistic. So, I think we're just not rushing anything, being smart about it.
I think they could be extra smart about this because of the arsenal that they brought in terms of pitching competition. So you have the luxury now of seeing Walker Buehler and Germán Márquez and Marco Gonzalez with a bounce back outing and guys like Tristan McKenzie battling for spots to fill out the rotation where you don't need Joe Musgrove at the beginning of the year. This kind of solidifies that, and I think it really impacts the roster for the Padres that we're going to talk about later on in the noon hour. But see if Frank's ready to go. It is that time. It's about that time. Sports Thread.
You know that group chat? The one that's always blowing up with the biggest sports takes, debates, and breaking news?
You got barbecue back there, and you didn't invite me?
Yeah, we've got that too. Welcome to the Sports Thread, where we break down the top 5 stories in sports, just like you would with your crew.
Oh, no! Disaster! What a bad idea!
No filters, no silence, just real talk.
All right, Frank, what we got going on today?
We've got a good amount of things. We're going to start with something that's going to be very much of a chagrin to you here on this Friday.
Number 1.
The Big 12 Conference is ditching its experimental LED glass court.
Boo! Boo!
And returning to a traditional hardwood surface for the rest of the tournament at T-Mobile Center. After players reported slipping and traction issues, the high-tech floor designed to display real-time graphics drew criticism after multiple players struggled with footing, including Christian Anderson of Texas Tech men's basketball team, who suffered a groin injury following a fall. With the semifinals approaching and NBA scouts in attendance, Commissioner Brett Yormark said the switch was made to ensure players felt comfortable and safe on the sport's biggest stage. Are innovations like an LED glass basketball court the future of the sport, or should college basketball stick to traditional hardwood for player safety and performance?
I think it's probably the future of the sport.
I'd say it's definitely the future of the
I
sport.
think they're gonna figure it out and figure out a way to make this work full time because of all the advertising and everything that you could do with it. It's going to be a money thing for sure. And the Big 12 tournament was a nice test run. I think there was a lot of cool things about it. And here's why I don't understand the criticism of the Big 12. Okay. They tried something innovative and new. It was cool. It had perception. And then you know what they did? When the players and stuff were slipping too much, they pivot and go back to, hey, let's just make it right for the final 4 teams. Sure. Sounds good. I don't think anything about this process was that bad. Making the entire women's tournament play on it and not make any changes, that should have been that should have been the decision making was through the women's tournament than anything else. But they didn't do it for the women's tournament. And now all of a sudden it's the men's tournament. I also am a little skeptical on the fact that Kansas complained about it and now all of a sudden we got to make something happen because, God forbid Kansas ever has to do anything difficult in the Big 12 when it comes to basketball. So I'm going to play the world's smallest violin for the Kansas Jayhawks in basketball. And let's not ignore the fact that if Kansas leaves Kansas City during the Big 12 tournament, they lose millions of dollars. Let's just not put that out there. But you know what? It's what we're used to in the Big 12 when it comes to basketball. Everybody bow down to Kansas. I don't think that's going to be the case anymore with Arizona. We'll see how Arizona does. Arizona's the class of the basketball conference. That is the Big 12 conference. The best conference in college basketball. Hands down, bar none, no conversations.
Big Ten.
No, not even close.
Number 2.
Don't even start with me about you want to do your BS PR stuff about the Big Ten and football? Sure, I'll listen a little bit. At least your top 3 teams are good. Basketball runs to the Big 12. Big 12 is the best basketball conference. It's not a question.
Well, here's a conference that might have an issue with you. After a quarterfinal loss to Tennessee Volunteers men's basketball in the SEC tournament,
it's great to be a Tennessee Volunteer.
Auburn Tigers men's basketball sits squarely on the NCAA D1 men's basketball tournament bubble watch with a 17-16 record. Coach Stephen Pearl is lobbying hard for an at-large bid, arguing Auburn's resume, including 7 Quad 1 and Quad 2 wins, and one of the toughest schedules in the country, outweighs the usually high loss total If selected, Auburn would become the first at-large team ever to make the NCAA tournament with 16 losses, reigniting debate over what matters more in selection, wins and losses, or strength of schedule. If you are the selection committee, would you take a battle-tested team like Auburn with 16 losses or a mid-major with a better record but much weaker schedule?
I'm taking the mid-major team.
100%.
I'm not taking Auburn. And I agree with Augie. Boo that man. But at the same time, like, everybody's booing now in the YouTube chat. Boo. That being said, what is he supposed to say? Is he supposed to go up there and just be like, you know
we
what?
Suck. We're out.
I know that my kids battled hard the entire year, and been working since June, whatever it may be, and we came up a little bit short, and we're just right there. I'm not going to fight for them to be in the NCAA tournament. I mean, come on. Let's be honest here. He has to defend them. That's his team. He has to just be like, yeah, of course I think we belong in the NCAA tournament. He's got to plead his case. I just don't think they have done enough to make the NCAA tournament for a conference that's not the best conference in college basketball. It's not even close.
I think the Coastal Colonial Athletic Association should have 2 bids.
You're just adding words to that conference. Why would you want multiple bids? You already won the conference. You already got the bid.
That's true.
Why have your rivals in there?
Because I would like a year where we lose the Colonial Coastal Athletic Association. I would like a chance to get in.
Hofstra should be in as an at-large over Miami of Ohio. They have better metrics than Miami, Ohio.
Yeah, I knew that. That's why I want them in.
Number 3.
Good thing they won their tournament.
Bam Adebayo's historic 83-point following Bam Adebayo's historic 83-point performance, Miami Heat coach Erik Spoelstra made it clear that he has no regrets about how the final minutes unfolded. Critics question.
Are you okay?
Critics question. No, I just think I had a stroke. Critics question Miami's intentional fouling late in the game to give Adebayo more scoring chances during the win over the Washington Wizards, but Spoelstra defended the decision, saying moments like that are rare and meant to be seized. With Adebayo already at 70 points with more than 9 minutes left, Spoelstra said chasing history was the obvious call, adding the fans deserve to witness a once-in-a-generation performance in the NBA. When a player is chasing history like Bam was, is it fair to do whatever it takes to get him there, or did the Heats cross the line with the late game fouls?
I think it's a little ridiculous what they did. I disagree. The afternoon show's like, it's still impressive, 83 points. Come on. The whole foul nonsense at the end to try to give him an opportunity is different. Like, if you're going to try to just keep giving him the ball, fine. If you want to, try to finagle it as much as you can to give him the opportunity to score the 83 points, I'm actually okay with that. When you start intentionally fouling up whatever it is to try to stop the clock for this guy to get 83 points in the game, I'm sorry, it's a little tainted. He didn't actually score. He didn't score 83 points in a regular game. He scored 83 points in a game that was like, let's just keep the whole thing. Let's keep calling timeouts. It's a little forced. It wasn't a natural 83 points. And I know they talked about the whole Kobe situation, hitting that game. I didn't watch that game. I don't remember that game where he scored 81 points, whatever it may be. But, in that game, even if they're giving him the ball more and you're trying to finagle some of the stats with when they wanted to make sure LeBron got enough rebounds for something, at least it was all natural in the game. The fouling up late in the game to stop the clock, to give Bam more opportunities, and the fact that he made most of it from the free throw line, that to me where it's a little forced.
Yeah, once you start to disrupt the natural flow of the game, that's when it becomes less special. And I think that's what a lot of people are going to remember about this game, is how they manipulated the game in order to get him to that mark.
That's where I kind of draw the line. I just think it's a little bit, the fouling goes over the top. It really does. 833-288-973, 833-288-973. When we come back, we'll talk more Padres baseball. Xander Bogaerts is back in Padres camp. What did he have to say about his WBC experience? We'll hear from Xander in the noon lunchtime hour.
San Diego, it's time to fire it up. From the beaches to the ballparks, from the gas lamp to North County, no one knows America's finest city like he does.
You can't just punt on a Manny Machado prime year.
He's a fourth-generation San Diegan, born and raised in the heart of this community. Passionate, opinionated, and always bringing you the real talk on your teams, your city, and everything in between.
Braden totally knows his stuff. He's ready for the next step. That guy is good.
Live and local, it's the Braden Surprenant Show.
But I think Braden's one of the up-and-coming young stars in the media game in San Diego.
Now, here's your host, Braden Surprenant.
New lunchtime hour on 97.3 The Fans, brought to you by the Craft Taco, bold flavors, 2 locations, Sorrento Valley and inside Balboa Park's Natural History Museum.
I'm waiting for the tacos. Where the damn tacos at?
Where are the tacos at? Today would be tuna tacos for me. Fish tacos? Fish tacos. Sounds good. I got a piece of bluefin. So there's a guy that my buddy knows that is a fisherman, always drops off tons of tuna. I got a piece of the bluefin. So I'm looking at some seared bluefin recipes to potentially dabble into a little bit. I don't want to I can't be too hard because by the time I get home tonight is when I'm going to have to cook this thing, which is really not a lot of cooking when you sear it. But I found a recipe for seared bluefin tuna ceviche. Are you kidding me? Does anybody mind?
We've also, for those of us who are bad Catholics like me, we've also, I just saw it in the recent searches on Twitter. We've also got that Taco Bell Live Moss Live thing that we pushed.
Oh,
Today. We forgot about that.
That's exciting. Maybe that's in our bonus time with Drake.
Yeah.
Drake, which one of these things would you try to consume? Can I interest you in some creme brulee from Taco Bell? No? Whatever do you mean, Drake?
Can I interest you in a Baja Blast pie?
No, thank you. There's also a I looked up, I'm just looking because I could do the sashimi bluefin, right? And I've done that before, but Southern bluefin tuna tataki. That sounds money too. Hey, you know what? I'm surprised. Travis Gundy, happy Sea Dog Day, big dog. Get yourself I got to try one of those Sea Dogs once. I just don't know where the nearest Wiener Schnitzel is.
You got to really prepare the shoesies well if you're going to have those, though.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I do a little lime. A little lime's great.
Yeah. Got to get those shoesies and sashimis done right, ready to go.
So I might be dabbling in that while the Aztecs are on after the game.
You haven't seen that Letterkenny episode yet, have you?
I have not yet.
Okay. It'll be funnier when you see it.
To be fair.
There's
a lot of drops in that show I wish we could play. Didn't think the Canadians were so funny. I don't think it's going to be that funny for them over the weekend, though, is it?
So you were playing softball with your pals the other day.
Figure it out. Squirrely Dan. All right. Speaking of food, the chicken parm last night. Oh, you kidding me? I was happy with myself. I was happy. I took a bite. My first bite, I was like, this. Well, so here's the deal. So I had, the best part was I already had some of this stuff laying around the house. And so I had some frozen chicken breasts I needed to cook anyway. So I defrosted those throughout the day. And I'm like, well, I'll make, a little chicken parm, a little vodka sauce. Anybody mind? So
I couldn't help but notice that you lied on the tweet.
What was the lie?
You didn't bring any for the class.
Oh, I have some at home. I could. I do have extra pasta and chicken cutlets.
Well, by that point, I mean, it'll be Monday. You probably would have had it by then.
Well, I can't eat meat today, so that's an extra day that's saved for you.
2 days,
That doesn't mean I'm going to eat it in 2 days. So I took the chicken, butterflied it like you're supposed to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did the, the whole the flour, the egg wash, the breadcrumbs, back in the flour, all that stuff. Cooked it in some avocado oil. I didn't want to waste the good olive oil, plus like the heat index is not great for the olive oil. It's great for some other stuff. And we had 4 of them I had to cook because it came, there was the 2 and the butterfly and all that stuff. So I had more than I needed. And then the last one it was such a big slice of chicken. I basically just have chicken cutlets. I tell you what, they don't have I don't see a lot of places in town that have chicken cutlet sandwiches, but that is a sandwich I thoroughly enjoy.
Yes,
it's a chicken cutlet sandwich.
It's a great one.
So I have some leftover bread from last night, and I have some chicken cutlets. I might dabble in a little chicken cutlet sandwich this weekend with some fresh mozz. Are you kidding me?
Attaboy.
So I took a bite of the chicken because that piece I didn't put the vodka sauce on, and I took a bite of the. I sent you the picture. We should put the picture on YouTube.
Yes,
my little setup. So I took a bite of the chicken cutlet, and I was like, "Oh, this is delicious." I really hit this one out of the park. The vodka sauce was fire. The problem was I didn't make enough of it, so it didn't cover enough of I had to save a little bit for the pasta. I had to, put it on the parm, which was covered with on the chicken parm, which was covered with the mozzarella. With the pasta though, too, I had to kind of doctor up the pasta a little bit because I only had a little bit of the vodka sauce, a little pasta water, and there it is. Anybody mind? Anybody mind? Little. I had in the caprese with the basil from the garden. That makes it even better.
Okay, Nate, I'm going to need you to back down on the Dino Nugget slander. Okay, I agree with the basic sentiment that yes, chicken cutlets are way better than Dino Nuggets, but I'm going to need you to back off the Dino Nugget slander. All right,
he's not. But you agreed with his statement.
No,
all Nate Taylor in the YouTube chat said, chicken cutlets, greater than symbol, Frank's Dino Nuggets.
Right. And I would agree with that. But
then why are you upset with what he said?
Because you don't knock the Dino Nuggets, at least in person, dude. Like, I would agree with you. If I were given the choice between chicken cutlets and Dino Nuggets, I'm taking the chicken cutlets every single time.
Chicken Dino Nugget parm.
I have respect for my ancestors.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
That was my meal last night. I tell you what, where's Sam Levitt at? That's a plate, my guy. That's a plate. He didn't grow up with the Italian family, Frank. He doesn't if you were to put that barbecue plate that he had in front of anybody else that's Italian, they would immediately said, You're not eating enough.
Hold on. We gotta.
Are you gonna do a side-by-side comparison?
Well, no, we're not gonna do a side-by-side, but I will show the difference.
The difference in the plates.
Yeah, the difference in the plates.
Crazy.
We're going back to it.
We're going back to it on Friday because we can.
We love our guy too much to not publicly humiliate him at every opportunity that we get.
If you miss it, it's on both of these things are on social media. You can follow me at B_SURP at BSURP to find my chicken parm a la vodka sauce, a la vodka plate, and then you can look at Sam's sad barbecue plate, which we've given Sam the benefit of the doubt.
Nima in chat asked, do Italians look down on chicken parm as a sandwich, or does it always have to be served with noodles? Listen, first of all, it's called a sanguiche. That's the first one. And no, we do not look down on it.
As a Sicilian, I do not look down on any Italian dish put in sandwich form. In fact, I encourage it.
Again,
you want a baked ziti sandwich? Go ahead, make a baked ziti sandwich.
Sanguiche.
You ever put baked ziti on a sandwich? Hey, chicken cutlets, a little baked ziti on top. Don't mess with the New Jersey delis that come up with some crazy stuff for a sandwich. I will say that part.
The one thing that I will kind of be about, first of all, anything come from New Jersey is suspect. Number two, the meatball ice cream thing that
Excuse
they have.
me?
It's the guy, the place takes a piece of Italian bread, They scoop out all of the bread and then they shove meatballs in the bread and give it to you like an ice cream cone.
I don't need that.
Yeah, like that's the only thing that I will say. Yeah, no, you've gone a little bit too far with that. But other than that, yeah, no, it's anything on a sandwich is fine.
Foul on Braden for not feeding the sheltered Marchese chicken parm, says one in the chat.
The sheltered. That's interesting.
Clay in the South Bay gave us a comment. You definitely do not get sliced turkey with barbecue. That's you know what? That's 100% true. 100% accurate. 100% accurate. But anyway, I had a phenomenal meal last night that I will not be able to eat tonight. I'll have to eat it tomorrow. Bluefin though, on the horizon. On the horizon.
Chicken cutlets on their own are not bad.
No, they're dude. I had the chicken cutlet on its own. It was great. I'm gonna have to make that into a sandwich. All right. I do want to get back into the Padres conversation. We're going to continue the roster conversation in the next segment, but I do want to hear from Xander Bogaerts, who met with the media earlier today. It's a couple of minutes long, but Xander talks about his experience with the WBC and what he saw out of Fernando from afar in the WBC, and I guess in person. I mean, the Netherlands did play the Dominican Republic, but good to start seeing some of the Padres players return. Obviously, Xander probably wishes he was still playing in the WBC, but it's good to have him back. Here's Xander Bogaerts in the media scrums earlier today in Peoria, courtesy of Sam Levitt.
Xander, how would you sum up the experience at the WBC?
It was great, man. You know, always being able to see friends that you grew up with, and we played against some pretty tough teams. You know, I feel like we didn't do our best. You know, we didn't do what we wanted or accomplish what we wanted, but maybe better luck next time. You know, but it was fun. It was fun just being around all the guys, a lot of younger guys. I'm happy for their experience that they can get with that. Help them with their personal life and their personal journey to the big league. So, I mean, it sucks to not continue, but yeah, we're here.
Your team did have some pretty cool moments. The all-beast walk-off home run. What was that moment like in particular?
I mean, we weren't doing much that game. I remember Nicaragua was playing pretty good. But yes, 27 outs, man, and that was a crazy one. You know, we had 2 outs. I think Rafaela was down to 2 strikes, so they were missing one more strike, and a base hit, another hit, and then a homer. So yeah, that was pretty crazy.
I know it's the competition, but watching what Fernando, Manny are doing with the Dominican Republic right now, what was it like playing against them, and what's it been like to watch them from afar?
I mean, I didn't watch it from afar because it was on the bases all the time, you know. So I got to see them a lot, but man, those guys are they're on a special run, you know. And they say game recognized game, they are on something pretty special, and it's not just one guy, you know, and it's like their whole lineup, and then they bring in O'Neal Cruz, and then he hits a couple homers too, so it's like the bench is even deep also. So yeah, that's a wagon. That's a tough one.
What have you thought about Fernando in particular? It looks like he's having the time of his life, right?
It looks like that playoff run we had, not last year, the one before. But yeah, I think let's play for your country. I mean, it's different, you know, and they have a bigger population. Baseball is probably their number one sport. You know, there's everything to those guys. So yeah, they're showing up big for the whole country, for the team. I mean, yeah, it's been great.
What did the tournament do for your preparation? Where do you feel you're at?
I mean, I've been playing 9 innings, so I feel good, you know. So I think that's one of the benefits that I've had so far. It's been playing 9 innings. Didn't know how I was going to do it in the beginning, but yeah, I think I feel good so far. Better than I thought.
It's a big challenge. You know, you go from playing games that mean something to this.
That I know for sure. It's not that fun. It's not that fun. Now you got to go up there and, oh, man, I don't know. Spring training, do you need it? Yes, I do need it, you know. But it's just something about the games. It's just harder, you know, because you have nothing playing for. You're trying to prepare, you're trying to get ready. It's just a different adrenaline, and like, you know, playing against Venezuela, like, we know we need that win the first game, and it's like guys on base, you know, hey, make sure we got it. It's none of that going on in spring training, you know. So that part sucks.
do you kind of like taper back and then build back up? Or, I mean, because you're not going to play 9 innings in that split spot game tomorrow.
No. But I mean, I can, I mean, I had 2 days off, but I feel great. I woke up today. I felt great. As you say, I probably won't play 9, but yeah, I mean, I didn't think I was able to play 9, the first 9s, but yeah, it went pretty good.
It's good to have Xander Bogaerts back with the team. Obviously, a lot of cool things that he got to experience with the World Baseball Classic. And the World Baseball Classic's back tonight. Korea's going to take on the Dominican Republic at 3:30 Pacific time. And Team USA is going to play Canada at 5 o'clock. How about, did you see who's pitching for Korea tonight?
I think it was Hyunjin Ryu.
Hyunjin Ryu's back. How about that? It's the last time Hyunjin Ryu pitched in a big league game. I know it's not a big league game. I know it's a whatever, but I haven't seen Hyunjin Ryu's name in a long time. He's starting today for Korea. He's going to go against Christopher Sanchez. Christopher Sanchez did not have a good outing, his first outing of the WBC. Hyunjin Ryu has not pitched in a big league game since 2023. That's the other cool part about the WBC, Frank, is you get to see a lot of guys that haven't played in a little bit, playing for their countries. Like, did Adam Ottavino retire?
Yes, he did.
Was that last year or 2 years? That was last year.
Yeah,
2025 was his last year.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes out there and gets the... He only pitched in 3 games last year for the Yankees.
Yeah, the last time, I'm looking at it now, the last time Hyunjin Ryu pitched was September 30th, 2023. 3 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs for Toronto against Tampa Bay.
And he's got a winner-go-home game against the Dominican tonight at 3:30.
Get experience,
this afternoon.
Get that experience out there.
That one might be tough to watch. We'll see. Christopher Sanchez does not look good against Nicaragua in that first game. They jumped on him early. So we'll see how that game goes out. Again, Team USA and Canada will play at Petco Park in Houston tonight at 5 o'clock. Again, it's winner go home for Team USA and Canada. Logan Webb is getting the start for Team USA. Mike Soroka will start for Canada. Tomorrow's games will be played, one at Petco Park and one at Lone Depot Park. Puerto Rico and Italy at noon tomorrow, and Venezuela will take on Japan at 6. And those are the games tomorrow in the WBC. As this thing will be wrapped up by next week. Got to get everybody back. Final week of camp, and we got baseball season. Yeah, they are. They're done on St. Patrick's Day. Sunday's games are going to be the winners of Friday's games. Monday's games are going to be the winner of Saturday's games. And then Tuesday is going to be the final. And that will be at 5 o'clock Pacific time on Fox on Tuesday. So that is the end of the WBC going into this weekend. So hopefully Team USA is able to pull it out. Let's talk about the pitching staff for the Padres when we come back, as we dive deeper into some of the news that we got from the weekend, from last night from Craig Stammen. And we do need a contestant for the Midday Sports Standoff, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. If you could take me down in sports trivia, you'd be qualified for a chance to win our grand prize, a 2-night stay at Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, and a $150 resort credit. March is here, and Fontainebleau, Las Vegas is the place to catch every game. High energy watch parties with expansive screens, great food and drinks, exclusive room rates, plus the pools and day club are open. Book your stay today at FontainebleauLasVegas.com now. We'll do that later on this hour on the Braden Surprenant Show, San Diego Sports Station 97 through the Fan. Right now, the most chaotic division in the NHL isn't the East, it's the Pacific. Anaheim Ducks are currently sitting in first place, which nobody expected at the start of the season. But right behind them are the Vegas Golden Knights, the Edmonton Oilers, the Seattle Kraken, and the San Jose Sharks, all separated by just a few points with about 20 games left in the season. And here's the crazy part, though. The Ducks might actually have the easiest path to win the division. They only have 5 games left against playoff teams. And while Vegas and Edmonton still have brutal schedules filled with contenders like Colorado and Dallas, the question now becomes, can Anaheim hold on and win the Pacific, or do the Oilers and Golden Knights eventually take control when the pressure ramps up? Because in this division, someone's season is about to collapse and someone else might be about to shock the NHL. The stretch run is here. We're officially entering the final stretch of the NHL season with roughly 20 games left for most teams, and the playoff picture is getting wild, especially out west, as the Anaheim Ducks, Frank, currently sit first in the Pacific Division.
Yeah, old Ben Afquack over there has been having a time as the Ducks currently sitting first place in that Pacific Division, which might be the most surprising storyline in the NHL, as you said. Behind them is just absolute chaos in their wake. The Vegas Golden Knights, Edmonton Oilers, Seattle Kraken, and San Jose Sharks are all jammed within a handful of points, battling for playoff positioning. And Sunday night gave us a massive one. The Oilers and the Golden Knights, a true 4-point swing game in the standings in the Pacific.
The Pacific Division might decide the West. Fascinating part of this race is the schedule. Anaheim actually has the easiest road remaining, and they have 19 games left and only 5 against current playoff teams. Meanwhile, Vegas and Edmonton still have to grind through schedules filled with contenders like Colorado, Dallas, and Tampa Bay. So while the Ducks leading the division might feel like a surprise, the numbers say they might actually have the inside track. And if Anaheim holds on, that's one of the biggest turnaround stories in the NHL this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked on the show last week with Ryan Poehling signing his contract. If the trade, the Trevor Zegras trade, is starting to pay off for Anaheim right now, and it's looking like it is, bless you, they are way ahead of schedule compared to what we were expecting.
Trade deadline fallout, the winners and the losers. The NHL trade deadline did have a strange rhythm this year. Lots of deals leading up to it, quiet on deadline day itself, and then chaos right before the buzzer. Some teams walked away much better. Some teams might not have gotten the value that they were hoping for going into the deadline.
Yeah, the Colorado Avalanche might have had the best deadline. They already had Nathan MacKinnon playing at an MVP level, and now they add center depth. Might be the best in the league now as they add Nazem Kadri and Nicholas Waugh. That lineup suddenly looks terrifying come playoff time. Meanwhile, the Ducks made one of the more stunning moves, acquiring longtime Capitals defenseman John Carlson, giving up their young roster a veteran Stanley Cup presence for this playoff push. Also, the New York Islanders trading away Jonathan Drouin, who they signed at the beginning of this season, to pick up the captain for the St. Louis Blues, Braden Shen. So that was another big move that was made over the course of the trade deadline.
But not every team nailed the trade deadline in the NHL. The Edmonton Oilers might have wasted a golden opportunity. They still have Connor McDavid, arguably the best player on the planet in his prime, and yet the biggest issue on the roster, goaltending, wasn't really solved. That's a risky gamble when your championship window is tied to McDavid's contract timeline. And
that was after a trade at the beginning of the season where both Pittsburgh and Edmonton swapped their goaltenders. So they tried to address it earlier this year with Tristan Jarry. Has not worked out, and I see why they stood still. You don't want to admit failure on 2 different goaltenders this year and make trades twice. But also, it's kind of an important thing, especially when you've lost in the Stanley Cup final the last 2 years.
Over in the East, the Tampa Bay Lightning and Buffalo Sabres are battling for control of the Atlantic Division, while teams like Detroit and Boston are fighting for wild card spots. And keep an eye on the Pittsburgh Penguins, who are holding a playoff spot despite dealing with injuries, including missing star Evgeny Malkin.
Yeah, Evgeny Malkin actually got suspended for a high slash. So he's not out with injury. He is out based on
a bubble watch update. Last 4 in: VCU, Missouri, SMU, Texas. First 4 out, and they flipped it. Oklahoma, what was it? It's probably on his Twitter. San Diego State was number 4 in the first 4 out. but I'm pretty sure it had like Oklahoma, New Mexico. Was it Texas? Do you have Texas on there?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it in time.
Did I say VCU, Missouri, SMU, and Texas? Is that what I said?
I don't know.
Possible. Oklahoma, Auburn, New Mexico, San Diego State was the update from this morning.
Well, New Mexico and San Diego State both being on there, they play each other tonight, so that's definitely going to have a big swing later on this evening.
That's why I talked about in my opener. That's such a big game, right? I mean, New Mexico and San Diego State, if you're San Diego State and you win, you pass New Mexico, which basically eliminates another team off the bubble. You could really use an Oklahoma loss, and Auburn's already out. And so this is why I keep saying why I think San Diego State is in with a win. But who knows? According to Joe Lenardi's little deal here, New Mexico and San Diego State each won their Mountain West quarterfinal and will collide tonight with only the winner remaining in the NCAA conversation. How about that?
There you go.
That's all you need to know. You lose, you're done. New Mexico loses, they're out. Don't have to worry about them anymore. San Diego State loses, we're done having this conversation. They're out. But we're also done having the conversation because if they lose tonight, we're not talking about it on Monday. We're talking about who actually makes the tournament on Monday. So that was the latest on there from Joe Lenardi. Here's some of the other things that he had pointed out. Top line, both Michigan and Arizona remain in play for the number one overall should Duke stumble in the ACC tourney. The overwhelming consensus is that the Redhawks will still make the tournament, but with the first four, a 50-50 possibility. So he thinks Miami of Ohio is going to be in regardless. I think it's the optics that are keeping Miami of Ohio in more so than the resume, Frank. I really do.
I would agree with that.
Because if you have a 31-1 team not make the NCAA tournament, people are going to just lose their
they're
mind.
Gonna lose their minds. Yep.
And they're not going to listen to the analytics or the strength. They're not going to listen to any of that stuff. They're like, well, they won all their games except for one, and they're not going to make the tournament. What are we doing?
Yeah.
That's going to just they're just going to get ridiculed for that. And that's going to create even more problems with the mid-majors to the Power Four. Auburn, bubbles burst. Auburn gave up a 19-0 run to Tennessee, and with it, any realistic chance for an NCAA bid. How about that?
Aw.
So he thinks Auburn's out already, which means a win for San Diego State. I'm telling you, they're probably in the NCAA tournament. John Rothstein said that too. John Rothstein's a little cuckoo for basketball. Not Cocoa Puffs, but basketball. Most specifically, college basketball. He's cuckoo for college basketball. And he said last night in the post-game deal that the Aztecs are in with a win. I still wouldn't the Aztecs would still be in a position to get completely hosed, which I don't like. So win the conference tournament, you don't have to worry about it. But this game tonight's very important. I already mentioned the staying alive part. NIT qualifiers. Belmont, UNC Wilmington, Stephen F. Austin, and Liberty, all teams that were expected to win their conference tournaments that did not in one-bid leagues will be going to the NIT. 31 to go. Patriot League regular season champion Navy has accepted the second NIT bid in its history. Well, there you go. Good for them. In terms of bracket games that have implications, Kentucky, Florida, Gators need a win or maybe two at SEC tournaments to secure the number one seed. The fourth number one seed, they're currently up on Kentucky, 66-58. Tennessee and Vanderbilt, which is going to get underway in Nashville after this game. His excerpt on that is the final 4 seed is available for whichever 5 seed can make a charge. So that's Tennessee and Vanderbilt. They're both expected to be 5 seeds. I would expect one of those schools to be coming here in San Diego. Duquesne versus VCU. A VCU loss is the only way an at-large spot might become available at this point. So here's the other deal, too. So if you're San Diego State, you need Oklahoma to lose today, and you need VCU to lose today, and a win, and I think you're in. I really do. I think you're in. VCU plays at, what time is that game at?
While you're looking at
2
it,
o'clock.
that was a disgusting shot that kid from Florida just made for 3.
Are we talking about the team that lost to the Frogs? Okay, moving on. Clemson at Duke. Duke loss opens the door for new number 1. Kansas, Houston, Cougars are all but guaranteed the hometown South region at this point. Oklahoma and Arkansas later tonight. Most important game of the day. Could put the Sooners in the NCAAs. They lose. Who knows? They might be out. New Mexico and San Diego State, the day's second most important game, eliminates the loser. So you are in you're in a play-in game tonight. Should be interesting. 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. Mark and Dan the Man, we're going to get to you guys for the potential midday sports standoff when we go to break. But I do want to talk about this Padres situation with the starting rotation. The news that we got yesterday was the step back to move forward for Joe Musgrove. And now that opens the door for a couple pitchers battling for the starting rotation. And Frank, we haven't gotten a chance to really dive into this too much, but I look at this as Walker Buehler is on the team now and will be the number 4 starter. Randy Vasquez becomes the 3. I think everybody moves up. And now I think the battle's between Marco Gonzalez, Tristan McKenzie, and Germán Márquez for that final spot. I don't necessarily think this might be the case. Does Marco Gonzalez get a little bit of a notch up because he's a lefty? I don't think so. Your thoughts?
Not over Germán Márquez. I think if it was another non-roster guy, I think, yes, probably he would. But because lefties are so hard to come by, you don't see them too often pop up. And when teams do have them, they tend to hold on to them. So I would say I would have said yes if I knew that Germán Márquez was a non-roster invitee. But I think the fact that Márquez signed a major league deal is what's going to keep him as the number 5 starter.
I think so too, 100%. I think that's going to be the case. I think with that news, and you know what? Maybe that was, I don't want to say if that was a factor or not for last night's performance. I mean, maybe he was working on pitches that it's like, hey, I might as well just work on this pitch and get into the deal. I mean, they might know something, or he might know something that we don't, but it's going to come down to those 3 guys. And right now, Germán Márquez, despite last night, still has the edge, because if you decide to cut him loose, that's going to cost you $1.7 million for him to play elsewhere, which I don't think is going to be the case. Now, a trade potentially, maybe, but if he's not good enough to make the team, causing you to trade him for somewhere else, other teams are going to know that, and you're still going to have to probably pay him to go somewhere else. He doesn't have the trade value you would want. But with the news yesterday, I think Walker Buehler's on this team, and I really don't even think it's that big of a question anymore. It's starting to put piece together. Now, elsewhere on the roster, several position players are also dealing with injuries that could impact opening day availability. Infielder Sungwoo Song, who has been trending towards securing a utility role, recovering from an oblique issue that may start the season on the injured list. And with that, I think opens the door for Ty France, Jose Miranda even more, and to keep a guy like Bryce Johnson. Another infielder, Will Wagner, has also been dealing with an oblique strain and has not participated in baseball activity since early March, making an opening day return improbable. That's another guy that was linked to be a part of this. I mean, with those pieces of information, Frank, now you're looking at a situation where Ty France and Jose Miranda are definitely moving up the leaderboard into making this opening day roster.
Yeah, and I think Ty France still might have a little bit of an edge, and he spoke with Sam yesterday in the locker room, and said that he's kind of got a chip on his shoulder. He feels as though he's got unfinished business here in San Diego with how his tenure here ended and how he didn't really become the player that he was expected to be here. So he is playing with a chip on his shoulder coming back to the Padres. And I have a feeling that if he stays up, if he starts the season on the roster, I think he's got a chance to stay up.
We get an update on the potential sale of the Padres that we're going to get to in the 1 o'clock hour. But when we come back, it's time for the midday sports standoff. 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. Call in. Try to take me down sports trivia. Try to qualify for a trip to Vegas when we come back. If you want the biggest story in University of San Diego athletics right now, it's not actually the season ending, it's the future. Torero's men's basketball team just wrapped up its year with a heartbreaking 58-56 loss to Seattle in the West Coast Conference Tournament, where USD had a shot to win it at the buzzer, but the three-pointer hit from the front of the rim. And the real headline, though, it's the program's reset. Athletic director Kimya Massey moved quickly and hired Iowa State assistant J.R. Blount, one of the fastest rising defensive minds in college basketball, as the new head coach. And this move comes with serious backing. Reports say that the University of San Diego is building a $2 to $4 million war chest NIL pool to support the roster and compete in the West Coast Conference. So even though the Toreros finished 12-21 this season, the expectation moving forward is very different. The question now becomes, can this new investment and coaching hire turn USD into a real contender in the West Coast Conference, or will programs like St. Mary's continue to dominate the conference in the future? Let's start with men's basketball. Frank, the Torero season comes down to a heartbreaking loss to Seattle after they won the first game of the WCC men's basketball tournament. They had a chance to win at the buzzer. Forward Vuk Boskovic launched a go-ahead three, but it hit the front of the rim as time expired. Boskovic led the team with 14 points, while Gavin Ripp continued his late-season surge with another double-digit game. Tenari Lane played all 40 minutes for the second straight night. The loss capped the season where USD finished 12-21, but there was still noticeable progress, and the Toreros doubled both their overall wins and conference wins from a season ago. It's the end of the Lavin era, and now new beginnings with a new head coach.
Yeah, absolutely. They also opened the West Coast Conference tournament with a big 66-62 win over LMU, who destroyed them twice during the season, snapping a 6-game losing streak against LMU. Bigger story surrounding USD basketball right now isn't the season's end, but what comes next. As you mentioned, Steve Lavin out, and now J.R. Blount looking like he is going to be taking over as the new head basketball coach for the Toreros.
Yeah, he's widely respected around college basketball as one of the brightest young defensive minds in the sport, known for relentless work ethic, strong recruiting ties, and the timing matters. And we've talked about this already. There's been reports, but USD leadership has reportedly begun building a $2 to $4 million NIL pool to support the program, which is a major investment designed to help the Toreros compete with top programs in the West Coast Conference. So the season may have ended, but the rebuild is just getting started. And here's the thing, just for context about how much money that can get you. San Diego State works with about $2.7 million for their roster. So if USD can be at that level of San Diego State in town, you're going to have some really good competition in basketball here in Southern California. And we haven't even talked about the Tritons yet. If you're UCSD, 2.7 for the Aztecs, maybe 3 to 4 million for USD. You're going to be in the same conference as USD. That's another team that's going to have to just up their money a little bit. But men's basketball in town, I think, as disappointing as this year has been for a lot of the schools, the future is very bright for all three of them moving forward. Let's talk about women's basketball. Tournament fight shows progress for the women's side. They also saw their season end in the West Coast Conference tournament on Friday, but they showed plenty of fight. They opened the tournament with a 62-6, 62 win over St. Mary's, led by Kylie Ray and Haley Rhodes. Ray posted a 19-point, 10-rebound double-double, while Rhodes added 22 points to push the Toreros in the second round, but that's when the season ended.
Yeah, unfortunately, it ended the next day with a 62-51 loss to San Francisco. A lot of optimism, though. Freshman Olivia Owens finished last year averaging nearly 16 points per game over her final 11 games. That's showing the kind of development that could shape a program's future.
On to baseball. Tough weekend for Brock Ungrich's crew. They hit the road and ran through a tough opponent in the California Golden Bears. Toreros dropped the series opener 11-1. They fell twice in a Saturday doubleheader, 15-9, which they had a lead, and then 9-1. There were still some strong individual performances, though. Jaden Lobleiner stayed red hot at the plate, going 3 for 3 in the opener, hitting .419 over his last 10 games. Meanwhile, Stanford transfer Gabe Springer delivered a breakout performance in the first game of the doubleheader. He went 4 for 4 with a homer, a double, and 3 runs scored.
Yeah, freshman Phoenix Brandt also added his first collegiate home run. The problem wasn't entirely offense. In fact, USD actually jumped out to 4-0 and 6-2 leads in one of the games before Cal erupted with big innings late. So the big takeaway for the baseball side is the bats are there, but the pitching depth will also need to stabilize before conference play continues, very much like what we just discussed with San Diego State.
On to softball, nearly pulled off one of the wildest comebacks of the year as softball nearly delivered that this weekend. They fell 11-10 to Princeton on over the weekend, but the story was the seventh inning. They were trailing 11-4, and the Toreros exploded for 6 runs in the final frame, finishing with a season-high 18 hits before ultimately falling 1 run short. Michelle Delgado led the way with a 4-for-5 performance, while Caitlin Wanaya drove in 3 runs, and Carly Ruiz added 3 hits. Even in the loss, that type of offensive output shows this lineup can be dangerous at times.
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of seems to be, once again, pitching. They fell behind late and then were able to get it with the bats. So, it had a great performance. That's a game where you could very easily just roll over, and they fought the entire way.
Current results, probably not as high as what you... With the great weather, Frank, here in winter before spring, you going to go out and you're going to get a little tanning in? You going to do anything fun outdoors, or are you going to just go hide?
I don't tan. I burn.
You immediately burst into flames. What kind of Sicilian are you, dude? You have too much Northern Italian in you.
I got the Irish skin from my mom's side is what I got that ruined it.
I remind my friend of that sometimes when she fails the tan.
Yeah, I got my my mom's side's Irish skin.
Fell on your mom. Not helping you out. Not helping out the ball club.
He draws the foul.
I don't tan as well as my brother and sister.
I'm expecting a text in 5, 4, 3.
That's awesome. We're going to announce today's biggest fan coming up in the next 20 minutes or so. But I do want to mention a little bit about this. We got some sales updates for you that we want to get to in the noon hour with the Padres. I did see, Jeff Passan. We're going to dive into this more next week. Jeff Passan gave out his, big preview of the year, where he gives out his projections and he does his big season preview deal. So he goes team by team and he does the whole deal, and he goes what the season hinges on, how to win your fantasy league, and it doesn't surprise me if blank. The thing from Jeff Passan on this, and we're going to talk more about these predictions next week. What?
There it is. I just got the text from my mom.
All right.
She is mad about the foul.
Hey, man, it's not her fault.
I told you.
She could pass the foul on to her parents. We don't have the burnt sausage cations. I told you, dude. He'd just be rolling around on the foam roller. Here's the update from Jeff Passan, and we're going to talk about what Kevin Acee reported in the next hour. But we're going to play the game here in a second. Jeff Passan, in his full preview of the season, goes, "It wouldn't surprise me if ... the Padres sell for a record price." Interesting. After the death of beloved owner Peter Seidler and a fight for control of the franchise, this is all written by Jeff Passan, the Padres are up for sale with a number of wealthy luminaries involved. Just how high the bidding goes is up to the billionaires and their desire to own a team that has shown spending money and breeding success can juice franchise values. Multiple sources familiar with the sale process said they expect the Padres to fetch more than $3 billion. A significant bump from the record $2.4 billion Steve Cohen paid for the New York Mets in November of 2020. We've heard $2.4 billion to maybe even $3 billion, and now, Frank, the report is more than $3 billion for this team. Again, you pay what something is worth, and to the billionaires that are bidding right now, apparently that's more than $3 billion. And what did we say about that price?
You're not spending that much money to tear it down.
Correct.
You're spending it to win.
That is and also it prices out cheaper owners. That's a lot of money to just try to hold a team for a couple of years and then sell it. You know? So I think that breeds true for this. It's a very unique situation for the Padres. Now, that being said, apparently the 4 bidders have made a tour of the complex recently. Kevin Acey has more on that. We are going to talk about that in the next hour, but it's time to get to the Midday Sports Standoff.
Welcome to Midday Sports Standoff on the Braden Surprenant Show.
I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
The ultimate head-to-head battle where sports knowledge and quick thinking collide.
No, he's no good. Are you kidding me, Mr.
Contestants will go toe-to-toe with Braden in a sports trivia deal where every correct answer brings them closer to victory.
Down the sideline! Wow! Unbelievable!
But 3 strikes and it's game over.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
Can you outsmart Braden? The Midday Sports Standoff starts now.
All right, Frankie, we got playing today.
We have Mark in Ocean Beach playing today. Mark, how you doing today, bud?
I am doing well, and I like the last report. We want a big spender buying the Padres. That'd be great.
There
Absolutely.
you go.
Keep it going.
Well, hopefully you know your Padre history is, again, we're getting closer and closer to opening day. Only 8 shows between now and opening day. And as I mentioned yesterday, we're going to be doing a lot of Padre opening day lineups. Yesterday we did Tony Gwynn's final year in 2001. 2004 was also a big year for the Padres because it was the first year that they played at Petco Park. They did not open up the season at Petco Park. They did that in Los Angeles with an 8-2 win. What was the lineup, the opening day lineup for the Padres in 2004? Mark, you have the first guess. It does not have to be in order.
Oh, man. All right, so 2004, I don't know, Adrian Gonzalez.
Gonzo was not there just yet.
Bummer. This one is should be easier. This is like one of the MVP baseballs I had as a kid, MVP 04. And I was at the first game at Petco Park, which is not
opening
the
day
lineup. It's not the opening day lineup because David Wells pitched in that game, but Brian Lawrence pitched in the game in LA.
Brian Lawrence was the opening day pitcher, batting 9th. Mark?
Oh,
that actually batting.
2004. All right, so, man, I'm just trying to find names of 2004. Not, oh, man, pitcher. No, starting, man. Oh, this is tough. There was like Quentin Quintera, or it was like a QQ name, I thought. Man.
You talking about Kilvio Veras?
Kilvio
Veras was in the 90s. He was not on the team yet.
Unfortunately not.
Let's try to spark Mark a little bit. I'm going to go with one that's a little bit easier. Let's go with Sean Burroughs.
Sean Burroughs was the leadoff hitter playing third base.
All right, Burroughs at third base. Then, all right, Mark Loretta. My name, Mark Loretta. Let's see if he's at second.
Mark Loretta was batting second, playing second. Braden.
Let's go with Brian Giles.
Batting third in right field, Brian Giles.
All right, East County, Granite Hills. Let's go. Let's see. Was this our Khalil Green?
Yes.
Was he in the mix?
Khalil Green hitting 8th at shortstop. Yes.
All right, so we have
Mark hanging on strong with 2 strikes here.
We got Mark Loretta, right? We
got
have
1, 2,
Green.
3, 8, and 9.
I was thinking more of like a position
Oh,
player.
third base, second base, right field, short, and pitcher.
All right, so we have third base, second base, short. You said right field? Yeah, with
Yep.
Giles. And then you had Brian Lawrence as the pitcher. All right, let's go with the catcher, Ramon Hernandez.
Correct. Braden, you're just about to win this here. Mark?
Oh, man. All right, so I believe now that I'm thinking about it, was Klesko in the mix? In that year?
He was on that team.
Ryan
Was he playing
Klesko.
left?
Ryan Klesko was in left field. Mark, you have to hope Braden gets this one wrong, because if he does, then because if he gets this right, that's 5, and you can't beat the 5 there. So
I've been holding on to this one. The center fielder. I think he only played 1 year for the Padres in center field. They got him from the Red Sox. His name is Jay Payton.
Mark, I'm sorry. That is it. That is 5 for Braden. Mark put up a valiant effort after getting the 2 early strikes, but Braden, we only got 1 more left here. You want to guess the first baseman?
My guess would be Phil Nevin.
And it would be Phil Nevin. So you're starting your opening day lineup in 2004 for the Padres, first year of Petco Park. Sean Burrows at third, Mark Loretta at second, Brian Giles in right, Phil Nevin at first, Ryan Klesko in left, Jay Payton in center, Ramon Hernandez catching, Khalil Green at short with Brian Lawrence pitching. That was on April 5th, 2004. Padres beat the Dodgers 8-2.
David Wells pitched the game at Petco Park, which is the first one. Do you know who was the first batter in that game for the Giants?
Who was that?
Ray Durham.
Oh, there you go.
Ray Durham. I misspoke. Jay Payton went to the Red Sox after the Padres. They got him from Colorado after spending a long time with your New York Metropolitans.
Yes.
Sorry, not to be confused with that. What was the first ever baseball game at Petco Park?
I do not.
I was in attendance for that as well. It was a college game as part of the Tony Gwynn legacy.
Okay.
Take a guess. Tony Gwynn was still the coach.
San Diego State. I would have
San
to
Diego
assume
State was in it, correct. San Diego State was in it. They
it's
played
the Tony Gwynn Classic, so there's probably some good schools down here for it. Maybe UCLA.
No. You're not going to get the other school.
Cal State Fullerton?
Yeah, they're in Texas.
Was it Baylor?
Houston.
Oh, Houston. Okay.
It was going to be the case. Now, here's another question for you. When they played that game against Houston in 2004, whenever that was, I tried to find the exact lineup. There it is. Let's see if they have the stats for this on the website. They do.
I remember, I think the first.
Let me ask you this question. Which current college baseball coach in town hit 5th and was the DH for the Aztecs that night?
Would it be? Well, I would have to assume it's one of two. Would it be Kevin Vance?
No.
Or would it
Kevin
be
Vance did he? He didn't go to San Diego State.
Oh, I thought he did.
No.
Oh, well, then it would have been Brock Ungrich.
Brock Ungrich.
Yep.
Brock Ungrich hit 5th for the Aztecs that night. Was the DH. He went 1 for 4.
I'm sorry. I remember seeing that Vance did play for. My bad.
First home run at Petco Park was hit by a college kid. Where is it? I'm trying to find the actual one. I think it was James. Was it him? No. That's who it was. First ever home run at Petco Park in a game. Guy was 3 for 4 with a run scored and three RBIs for the Aztecs. First baseman Riley Embry has the first ever home run at Petco Park.
Well, there you go.
Take that for what it's worth. Interesting stuff. The lineup that day: Landon Burt, Lance Zawadski, James Guerrero, Riley Embry, Brock Ungrich, Josh Hill, Jake McClintock, Jordan Swaden, Ryan Wilson, Scott Shoemaker. Aztecs won the game 4-0 over Houston. Scored 4 runs on 7 hits with an error.
Well, there you go.
No, it will not. This question will not be at any of the trivia nights that I've gone to because sports is not trivia, apparently. When we come back, the final biggest fan. The final biggest fan we will announce, and we will get you the update on what's going on with the Padres sale as we continue on the Braden Surprenant Show. San Diego Sports Station, 97.3 The Fan. It's the final time. The final time that we will do. The final time. You know what? This is why I can't forget about it this time. It's the final time.
It's the last nap time.
The last. I thought at this point in time, Frank, you would have learned what 1 o'clock means.
Can you let a boy dream?
It's the last one.
Can you let a guy have his wish, please?
Juan Ruiz in the YouTube chat goes, if the name is alliterated, Frank made it up.
I actually now have to check the name because I don't remember it. I know I updated it. I know I updated it. I just don't remember.
Might be close to it. All right. Today's the final biggest fan of the contest. The final biggest fan. You got to be tuned in. You got to be paying attention. The final biggest fan. Congratulations to the final biggest fan, Tyler Thornton in Santee. Tyler Thornton in Santee. Give us a call in the next 10 minutes at 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973, and you'll qualify for our grand prize, 20 tickets for you and your friends for a night in our Odyssey suite at a Padres game with all the fan staff later this season, catered by Spiro's Mediterranean Cuisine. This is the final one. Can't register your name anymore. Tyler Thornton, you are the final biggest fan.
That's why I was laughing, because it wasn't alliteration.
It wasn't alliteration. I think one hacked our liner sheet. I think he hacked the liner sheet. Tyler Thornton.
And with that, the biggest fan, Reed,
foul,
is off of our liner sheet.
All right. We have an update for you on, and I want to talk about this. I want to give the update before we start talking about, a couple of things of the WBC, Mark DeRosa's debacle that we didn't get to. Again, he just continues to put his foot in his mouth, does he not?
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
So we'll talk about that. The latest NFL free agency, San Diego FC. Drake Hills will join us in studio at 1:35 to finish up the show. Kevin Acee had an update on the Padres ownership sale nearing the final stage. And the franchise could set an MLB record, as Jeff Passan alluded to in his article today. The potential sale of the San Diego Padres is entering the critical phase, with the field of buyers narrowed down to 4 final groups and a deal that could be completed as soon as April. The process began earlier this year when the Seidler family, which has controlled the franchise since the passing of longtime owner Peter Seidler, began exploring a sale of the team. By late February, 5 prospective ownership groups had submitted formal bids to purchase the franchise. Now, according to this article and according to sources familiar with the process, one of those 5 groups has now been eliminated, leaving 4 remaining bidders competing for control of the Padres. That's interesting. Representatives from all 4 groups recently visited the team's Peoria spring training complex, an indication that the process has entered its due diligence stage. While the identities of the 4 remaining bidders have not been officially confirmed, earlier reporting identified 3 major sports investors believed to be involved in the process. One of the known candidates is Jose Feliciano, the co-founder of the private equity giant Clear Lake Capital, which manages roughly $90 billion in assets. Feliciano is also the principal owner of Chelsea FC, one of the most prominent clubs in the Premier League. Another potential buyer is Dan Friedkin, the CEO of the Friedkin Group, a global conglomerate with investments spanning automotive dealerships, hospitality, and entertainment. Friedkin is already a major sports owner, controlling AS Roma of Serie A and Everton FC of the Premier League. The third previously identified bidder, which was one of the first bidders that we heard about, was Joe Lacob, the principal owner of the Golden State Warriors of the NBA. Lacob made his fortune in venture capital as a partner of Kleiner Perkins and has built the Warriors into one of the most successful, valuable franchises in professional sports. Now, it remains unclear whether all three of those investors are still among the final four bidders, as the identities of the remaining groups have not been publicly disclosed. Regardless of who ultimately emerges as the winning bidder, the Padres are expected to command one of the largest sale prices in Major League Baseball history. Industry sources estimate the team could sell for more than $2.5 billion, with some believing the price could climb above $3 billion, depending on the final bidding. Even the lower end of that range would represent a record valuation for an MLB franchise, highlighting just how dramatically the Padres' value has increased in recent years due to ownership investment, roster competitiveness, and the strong regional market in San Diego. As the process moves forward, the Padres could soon see one of the most significant ownership changes in franchise history, with new ownership group potentially shaping the organization's direction for years to come. So what you need to know, to kind of recap, there's a list of known potential buyers. We don't know if they're part of the final four. There's 4 bidders left. One group has been eliminated from the original 5 bidders. Deal can come as soon as April, and a lot of these are doing their due diligence. A lot of these entities are doing their due diligence by taking the tour of the Peoria Sports Complex and everything like that. Now, the biggest takeaway from me on this is the industry projections of what the sale price could be, and that leading to what type of owner you're going to get. And we've talked about this a lot, and people like to, they just want to be negative and disagree with it. But the reality is nobody's spending that kind of money on an MLB franchise to flip it. It's too much money. And the price tag for the Padres, and really the price tag for sports teams right now in the United States and really internationally, it's pricing out owners that are cheap. It's pricing out the Dick Monforts of the world and the John Fishers of the world and the families that have inherited teams like the Spanos family and the Brown family in Cincinnati. I mean, these are the entities that people are upset at the most, right? When you talk about ownership groups in professional sports, who are the ones that get the most criticism, Frank?
The cheap ones.
The cheap ones. And who are usually the cheap ones? The ones that inherited a lot of these teams. The ones that have then bought teams are usually not been like that. That doesn't mean it's impossible. Like Baltimore is dealing with the ownership change where it's not really spending a lot of money. That is the risk. But if you're going to spend a record amount of money on a team, you're going to invest in said team. Who is the last team that sold for a record-setting price? You should know, Frank, right?
Yep. New York Metropolitans.
The New York Mets. Now, regardless of what your opinion might be about what the Mets are, as a fan, nobody hates the Mets more than Frank does. Let me ask you this question. As a Mets fan, has Steve Cohen been cheap?
No. God, no.
He has spent a ton of money, has he not?
Yes, he has.
And I'm not saying that these owners automatically will be Steve Cohen, but for entities that are selling, for entities that are buying properties, in this particular case, ownership of teams, the ones that make these record sales are usually putting money into the organization.
Steve Cohen, based off of last year's revenue, I think he spent, 92% of the Mets' revenue back into the roster last year.
Which means he's spending a lot of his own money.
Yes.
Spending a lot of his own money. So I think that's all good news for the Padres. Now, individually, and none of these, I want to make this clear from the report. The names that were listed as potential suitors, we don't know if they are finalists or not. We have only heard the names of about 3 potential suitors for the Padres ownership. Are we not? That's the 3 we keep hearing.
Yes.
Luciano, Friedkin, and Lacob. That doesn't mean they're part of the Final Four. It could have been other entities that are part of the Final Four. And unless you're out there and you've seen it, who knows? But everybody that was part of that conversation are people that have that own other sports teams that have had success with the other sports teams. And some of them are starting to climb towards that direction, like AS Roma and Everton, and the money that the Friedkin Group is putting into those organizations. And so what you want out of an ownership group is you want somebody that's going to spend money. That's what you want. You want somebody that's going to invest in the team. You want somebody that's not going to pinch pennies when it comes to the roster. The big job of an owner is to write checks and then not say anything and then let everybody else run the team as they should. And that's what the great benefit of this team was with the Seidler family in charge was they wrote the checks. AJ Preller assembled the team. And the Padres have had a lot of success. But there's something else in this conversation that I think is worth talking about and a different angle that I've thought about since this last report. And it was from Jeff Passan and then again reported by Kevin Acee. And it's the conversation about the value of the team after previous owners have pumped money into the organization. Both of them mentioned it. And I think that is an interesting conversation that we will have when we come back is why isn't Major League Baseball and the Players Association highlighting what the value of a franchise is when you spend money? Can the Padres be an example to other franchises of, hey, you want to increase your value? Invest in the team? We'll discuss that next on the Braden Surprenant Show. San Diego Sports Station 97.3 The Fan. The San Diego Gulls just delivered one of their biggest wins of the season. After dropping 3 straight games, San Diego responded with a 6-4 win over Rockford, snapping the skid and keeping themselves firmly in the Pacific Division playoff race. And the night belonged to Ryan Carpenter. The Gulls captain scored his 100th and 101st career AHL goals, both on the power play, finishing with a 3-point night. The special teams were huge. San Diego scored 4 goals with the power play and penalty kill, including a shorthanded breakaway by Nikita Nestorenko. Rookie defenseman Stian Solberg added another goal, and Nicholas Brulard became the all-time goals leader in goals by a defenseman. The Gulls now sit 6th in the Pacific Division, but they're right in the middle of the playoff race. And with a big matchup coming up against San Jose this week, the question now is simple. Are the Gulls about to start rolling at the right time, or are they still searching for consistency before the playoff push? The Gulls may just have had one of the most important weekends of the season. After dropping the 3 straight games, Frank, they really bounced back with a big win over Rockford.
Yeah, 6-4 win over Rockford, snapping that skid, keeping themselves in the playoff race. Right now, sitting 6th in the Pacific Division at 62 points, right in the middle of the fight, only a few points behind Coachella Valley and Bakersfield, trying to stay ahead of Henderson and Tucson. So it's starting to feel like playoff hockey in the AHL already.
Yeah, this stretch is very important for the Gulls. But what happened this week? It started with a 3-2 loss to San Jose and the Barracuda. Gulls were competitive, but San Jose continues to show why they're third in the division. Still, there were positive. Tristan Leno scored and continues to develop into one of the Gulls' most productive defensemen. Matthew Phillips added another assist and now has nearly 40 points on the season. And Sasha Pasturov continues to lead them offensively. And, you know, it was they might have lost, but the games, again, continue to be competitive and close, even in losses.
Yeah, absolutely. And this next one is no different. They came home for a 2-game set against Rockford. Friday night did not go their way. They lost 3-2, despite goals from Passagov and Sam Colangelo. Head coach Matt McIlvain said the difference came down to a few mistakes that Rockford capitalized on. Saturday night, though, different story. Exploded for 6 goals, a 6-4 win, snapping the losing streak that they needed to really break. And it was a night full of milestones and big performances.
Yeah, you look at some of the key player trends this past week. A few players are really driving this team right now. Sasha Pastujov named leader he's now the team leader with 40 points. He continues to be the Gulls' most consistent offensive weapon. Matthew Phillips, nearly 40 points as well, has 10 points in his last 10 games. And defensively, Tristan Leno, 11 points in his last 13 games, looking more confident every week.
Yeah, absolutely. And also you got Callie Klang sitting in net, continuing to steadily improve. 14-4-6 on the season after that big win against Roxford, ahead of guys doing what they've done, like Ryan Carpenter, his 100 and 101st career AHL goals, finishing with 3 points. Solberg scoring his 9th goal of the season in his rookie campaign. Nikita Nestorenko scoring the first shorthanded goal of his AHL career. Nicholas Brouillard becoming the all-time goals leader in goals by a defenseman, passing Brandon Montour, who's now off to bigger and better things in the NHL. So it's been a full team effort from the net all the way out to the center line.
And that's not even talking about Nathan Gauthier, who quietly has produced 12 points in his last 14 games as well. But here's where you're at in the standings. Goals are in a fascinating position right now. They're 6th in the Pacific Division, but the race is extremely tight. Ontario leads the division. Colorado and San Jose are right behind. Bakersfield and Coachella Valley sit just ahead of San Diego, but right behind the goals, Henderson and Tucson, both chasing playoff spots. So every point matters right now.
Yep, and every matchup is going to be inside the division, especially the upcoming ones against San Jose this weekend are now absolutely huge because you're fighting for those spots. You're fighting for every point that you can possibly find, if not to catch up, to stay ahead from those nipping at your heels behind.
Well, even the best part, too, is the Gulls survived the trade deadline.
Yes, they
did. The Gulls survived the trade deadline. The Ducks only traded away a couple of draft picks and a defenseman from the big club, from their own club. And so with not a lot of moves, a lot of young talent still here in the Ducks organization, but more specifically in San Diego.
Absolutely. And that's a huge, huge point that will probably be overlooked because you think the NHL is the key focus of the trade deadline. But for teams with minor league towns, those teams tend to get broken up pretty.
UCSD women's basketball will tip off about 2:30 today. And we're going to take you up to UCSD women's basketball out in Las Vegas as they will start their Big West campaign. Men's basketball lost last night to CSUN. And so they have now been eliminated from postseason play. Well, at least the NCAA tournament, if you will.
Did you mean Cal State Northridge?
No, I mean CSUN.
Oh, okay.
You didn't get the memo?
No,
you didn't get yelled at by their SID when you're doing a game two years ago? Don't call us Cal State Northridge or Northridge. We're CSUN now.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah. Does anybody actually know what that is? If you were to ask somebody walking the streets in New York about CSUN, do you think they'd have any idea what that is?
They probably think it was a gym that opened up, like a YMCA kind of thing.
Let me ask you this question. How many Cal State Northridge graduates know that their school is now CSUN only? I'd say 20%.
I was going to say, how many of them are graduating this year? Because those are probably the only ones that know.
I don't have too many, okay, maybe I do, but maybe not as much as Chris or any of our elder statesmen here. I don't have too many get off my lawn moments or old man yells at the sky. I do have my fair share. That's another knock. We'll get you an update on the Padres here in a second. The pet peeve of mine is these schools getting way too, I don't want to say selective, but way too involved with this is what we're called now. There's two in particular. CSUN saying you can't call us Cal State Northridge or Northridge is stupid to me. I think it's dumb. I get it. It's hey, look, we're CSUN. Nobody knows you're CSUN. It should be we prefer CSUN, but you could as long as you call it CSUN, Northridge, Cal State Northridge, I think that should be fine. I understand LMU. LMU says we are LMU. We prefer to be LMU. If you want to call us Loyola Marymount, you can, but we're not, Loyola Marymount of whatever. We're not, it's we're not Marymount. We're not Loyola. We are Loyola Marymount. I think that's fair. People get it confused.
That's something I would say for an open, good evening, everybody. Welcome. you're here for San Diego Toreros taking on the Loyola Marymount Lions. And then I would call them LMU the rest of the game.
Yeah, but there's schools that don't want to be considered. Like TCU doesn't want to be called Texas Christian University. You can still call them that, but they prefer TCU. We're known as TCU. We prefer you guys call us TCU. But it wasn't a hard set like CSUN where it says, do not call us Northridge. Do not call us Cal State Northridge. Do not call us CSU Northridge. Do not call us by any name that we used to be called. St. Mary's, I get. There's a Mount St. Mary's. They're not Mount St. Mary's.
Right,
They're just St. Mary's.
Yes.
There's a difference. And I've heard broadcasters across the country butcher that all the time. They're just St. Mary's. I get it. UC Irvine. UC Irvine's the best example because they are the University of California at Irvine, right? UCI, Irvine, call us the Anteaters. You could call us the Eaters. You could call us UC Irvine, whatever it may be. Do not call us Cal State Irvine. We're not a Cal State. Do not call us what? And they have a bunch of other ones. Cal Irvine. We're not Cal Irvine.
Yeah, University of California, Irvine.
We are UC Irvine. We are UCI. Irvine's fine. It gives them options. The whole CSUN thing is a joke. The other one that's dumb too is Long Beach. Long Beach getting rid of their mascot name and changing it to just the beach is beyond ridiculous. Beyond ridiculous. Okay? If you want to change your mascot because you think it might be insensitive, sure. Why not? Go ahead. You may agree with it. You may disagree with it. You may agree that 49ers is insensitive. You may disagree with that. That's not what this argument's about. The argument is about changing your name to Long Beach State, the beach. It makes no sense. I don't understand it. Your mascot's a shark. That also doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because what's one thing you don't want at the beach?
A shark. But then on top of the fact that your baseball team is called the Dirtbags because it's a different name. So it's like, what are we like trying to talk about Long Beach State is crazy. They don't have that. Call us the beach. What do you mean the beach? If I said San Diego's playing the beach in a broadcast, people would be like, what beach are you talking about? What do you mean the beach?
You know, that one.
Yeah, the beach. What are they playing? The sand? Are they like trying to dig? What? Who consults these colleges? Like, who's coming up with this? This is the dumbest thing ever. We're Long Beach State, but we don't have a mascot name anymore because we thought our mascot was insensitive, which is fine. Go ahead, change it, whatever. I don't care. So we decided to change our name to the beach. We have the sun. We have CSUN and the beach. I mean, that has to be, you have to, if you're a broadcaster, you're broadcasting CSUN and the beach. Make a mockery of it. What a joke. CSUN versus the beach.
And then you go on, you look at the sidelines and you see land shark.
You see a shark walking around. The Long Beach State beach. It makes zero sense. This is my, you know what? This is my gripe of the day. You know, we don't have the Gwen and Chris show today. We don't have Matt Scraby's show. So I can't sit there and this is my gripe of the day for everybody that needs the gripe segment today that they're missing out on. The beach. Stupid. Same with CSUN. Now, Padres up to a pretty good start here. Bryce Johnson started the game flying out to right. And then Nick Schnell was called out on strikes. And then you got hits galore with 2 outs in the first inning. Jace Bowen doubled, continuing to force a narrative. Jose Miranda hit a 2-run homer, continuing to push a narrative. Nick Solak then doubled. Carlos Rodriguez tripled. And it's 3-0 Padres in the top of the first inning.
By the way, just want to make a point here. We talk about the incredible spring that Jace Bowen has had, just hit his 4th double this spring. We talk about the spring that Jose Miranda's had 2 home runs, hitting 387 rather. Nick Solak, this first inning, just hit his 6th double of the spring. He's batting .364 with a 1036 OPS. And he has flown completely under the radar.
Yeah.
So good on Nick Solak as well.
These guys are battling for spots. The competition's been great. Rodolfo Duran got hit by a pitch after Jake Garland came in for Aaron Savali. Savali, not a great day today for the A's. We'll see if they throw him back out there for the second, because you could do that in spring training games. And then after Garland came in, he hits Rodolfo Duran with a pitch, and then Pablo Reyes grounds out into a force out. But the Padres up 3-0 to start here in the top of the first. The competition, again, is great for the Padres. Now, I do want to dive quickly into the conversation to be had about what this ownership group stuff means, on a sense of, you look at where Jeff Passett mentioned it and Kevin Acee mentioned it, how the investment in the team has grown the value of the franchise, which, as much as the narrative is going back and forth, the salary cap and salary floor, I don't know why people in favor of the no salary cap and the players' side don't immediately point to the Padres and go like, look how much their value of their franchise went up when they invested in their team, Frank. That's the question I don't understand, because there's so many organizations out there that complain, cry poverty about their org. Why don't you just pump some money into your team and then put it up for sale?
Listen, man, I don't know. It's you got to think also the baseball and the Players Association they've got enough on their hands right now with this whole.
They have their own problems.
Yeah, they've got their own problems.
But
to be
they should have been bringing this up a
else's.
while ago.
I agree. But you also, again, I think it's also such a unique and extraordinary circumstance that this team, that under no other circumstance would have ever gone up for sale, has gone up for sale. That it's kind of like, yeah, it's just another sale of a team. It's just another sale. This is a surprise sale of a good team. And this process is moving very, very quickly. And oh, by the way, there's a major lockout impending on top of all of this. So I think it kind of just got lost in the shuffle a little bit.
I think if you're anybody that's in favor of the salary cap, or against the salary cap, I should say, let's look through the Padres of what the small market team has turned themselves into. And I mean, did anybody think that the Padres being in San Diego was going to ever be a record sale when they sold the team?
Oh God, no.
I mean, let's just look how stupid like the Spanos family looks right now. On top of that, I mean, they're making money, so they're it's not really that stupid. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know, but if they would have stayed here, right? The whole argument for why they went to LA was the entire like franchise go up in value. If you look at the top whatever franchises in terms of value in the NFL, the Chargers are still nowhere near, like they're still in the same boat they would have been if they just stayed here in San Diego. And the Padres have proved it right now with how much their franchise is valued at.
It's a couple different things. It's inflation. That's number one. And number two, it's also the quality of the team. If you move to Los Angeles thinking the city is going to give you all the value that you need when you want to resell it, you are very, very, very sorely mistaken. You also need to have a quality product out on the field that people want to go and watch. And with what the Chargers have done, they have a more or less quality product, but because they're in LA, no one wants to go and watch them because nobody cares. They're not covered up there. So they've lost whatever cachet that they thought they were going to get from Los Angeles and having a good team at the same time. They've lost because they're playing in Los Angeles and nobody cares, and they're behind the Rams. The Rams have a longer lineage in LA than the Chargers do.
Here's my thing about that. The whole idea was they were going to move to LA and increase the value of their franchise, which they're worth $6 billion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that increased the value of the franchise, except for the fact of inflation and everything else. When you look at, to me, if you were trying to do it to increase the value of your franchise, that means you go from 20 something in value to like top 15.
Mm-hmm.
That, to me, would have been the answer that made sense, especially if you sell the team. But what the Spanos family did was, not only have they not sold the team yet, they didn't even move up in value in the NFL. Did you see the latest Forbes valuations of the NFL?
I did not.
This was back in this is back in August. This is the last one I pulled up. If you had to guess, in terms of the 32 teams in the NFL, where the Chargers are at value-wise, being in Los Angeles, not having to pay for the stadium, all that stuff, I'll give you this. Their revenue is $593 million, and their operating income is $105 million, and they grew 18% from the year before. Where do you think they're valued in the NFL in terms of teams?
I would assume they're in like the 11 to 15 range.
They are valued as the 24th.
Whoa.
24th most valuable franchise in the NFL out of 32 teams.
Wow.
The LA Chargers are valued more than the Bills by they're valued more by the Bills by $50 million. It's not even like a significant amount.
And that's
$6 billion to $5.95 billion. And that's without the new stadium.
Yeah,
I was going to say,
that's about to change.
So they're valued more than the Bills. They're valued more than the Colts by $100 million. The Panthers, the Jaguars, the Cardinals, the Lions, the New Orleans Saints, and the Cincinnati Bengals.
So what you're telling me is if I want to buy an NFL team, the best chance I have is the Bengals.
Yeah, because they're family. Again, family operated. Start looking at some of these teams. Family owned and operated, inherited, not spending money. But they didn't increase their value by moving to LA. Their value went up anyway. Like, let me ask you this question. If the Chargers stayed in San Diego and they didn't go to LA, would they be the least valued franchise in the NFL?
No.
Then they'd probably be in the exact same spot as they are right now, which means the move did not significantly make them more money if they would have just stayed and waited for the inflation. By the way, if they would have owned their own stadium here in San Diego, they probably would have been valued higher.
A lot higher. Yeah. They would have gotten a new stadium by now.
Correct. So the entire idea behind the entire idea behind the move of the Chargers was always about selling the team because it increased the value, and the value has not increased. It increased on its own. The whole idea, like, I remember getting arguments with people that are like, oh, well, you get the better media contract. No, everybody gets the same media deal.
Yes.
You didn't get a better media market. You didn't get, your value is the only thing that matters, and it only counts for when you sell. And if you're ranked 24th in the league, it didn't increase your value at all. It's still like the same. So it's funny that you look at like what people are willing to spend for the Padres. Potentially $3 billion would be the highest out of any team that's sold. And that sets the new market, right? So if the Padres are selling for $3 billion, if the Dodgers went up for sale tomorrow, there would be up. I would almost think that they're up there with NFL teams at this point in time.
Yes.
It was the whole situation, like when the Clippers sold and Ballmer overpaid for the Clippers. He paid $2 billion. Now all the other franchises went up. It's good news for baseball. The Padres spending money and drive their value up is good news for baseball, because if they sell for over $3 billion, everybody else's values in bigger markets that have their own TV contracts and stadiums and all that stuff are going to go way up in value. And I look at this, and the entire point of this conversation is if the Padres can do it, why can't anybody else do it? Because the Padres are in a unique media market where they're finite. It's surrounded by, we did this all the time, desert in the east, ocean in the west, major city in the north, international border in the south. If the Padres can do it, there's no excuse for anybody else not to be able to do it.
No, agreed.
And I'm a firm believer in salary cap and salary floor, but my team's spending money. Okay, it's not the team that we root for is spending the money. The other teams are not. So I find it interesting that they're going to potentially sell for over $3 billion. I think it's a very interesting conversation. When we come back, there's another franchise in town that's doing really well, San Diego FC. And to give us our weekly soccer report, Drake Hills will join us in studio. Extended Braden Surprenant show today. We're going to be offering the 2:00 hour, leading you into UCSD women's basketball. Stay tuned to the Braden Surprenant show. San Diego's number one sports station, 97.3 The Fan. The NBA might be the most wide open it's been in years right now. There's no dynasty, no unstoppable super team. And with 2 months left in the season, about 6 or 7 teams could realistically win the NBA title. San Antonio, suddenly sitting at the top of the power rankings behind Victor Wembanyama, who's dominating both ends of the floor. The defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder are still right there, led by MVP candidate SGA. Detroit has shocked the league with Cade Cunningham playing like a superstar and pushing the Pistons toward the top of the East. Boston keeps winning even without Jason Tatum, while Jaylen Brown has stepped up as the main guy. New York Knicks, who everyone said couldn't defend, now have the best defense in the NBA over the last 7 weeks. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets and Minnesota Timberwolves are lurking in the West, and Charlotte has quietly won 15 of their last 18 games. So the question here, is the NBA wide open this season, or are we just waiting for one superstar to take over the playoffs? I look at this, Frank, and we're inside that final stretch of the NBA regular season, and right now, the biggest takeaway across the league is simple. There is no dominant team in the NBA.
No, there's no dominant team, but the playoff race is getting clear. The latest power rankings are showing who is rising and who is slipping and who could be dangerous come April. Right now, the hottest team might actually be the San Antonio Spurs, sitting at the top of the power rankings and continuing to prove that they're not just a young team anymore and that they are very legitimate contenders. Of course, Victor Wembanyama helps.
Yeah, who continues to change the game on both ends of the floor and looks like the defensive player of the year lock while pushing toward MVP conversation. We've talked about that the last couple of weeks. It's been SGA versus Jokic, Denver versus Oklahoma City, back and forth. And then last week, it was like, oh, well, the Spurs are starting to make a little bit of a run, which means Wembanyama has now entered the conversation for MVP. Right behind them, though, of course, the Oklahoma City Thunder, as we said, who just keep winning even when they're missing pieces, and they're still getting MVP level play out of SGA, and they're built with depth and defense that travels in the playoffs. But the biggest surprise is in the East, Frank.
Yep, absolutely. The Detroit Pistons have been sitting at or near the top of the conference for most of the season, powered by Cade Cunningham, who is quietly putting together an MVP caliber season and proving that the Pistons rebuild might have arrived earlier than expected. Meanwhile, the Boston Celtics are still winning games despite not having Jason Tatum. He did have his season debut over the weekend. Jaylen Brown has stepped up to be the main star for Boston. They've won 12 of their last 14 games, and they are slowly climbing up the rankings, as well as the New York Knickerbockers. For years, people have said the Knicks could not defend, but now since mid-January, pretty much since the All-Star break, the Knicks have had the best defense in the NBA.
Yeah, they're led by Jalen Brunson, plus defensive pieces like OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson. New York has won 15 of their last 19 games and climbed back into the top 5. But the big question with the Knicks, and really most teams right now, is whether the regular season success will actually translate into the playoffs, because postseason basketball exposes weaknesses very quickly. And in Denver, the Nuggets are one of the most interesting teams in the league right now. Even with Nikola Jokic playing at an MVP level again, Denver has only one win in their last 7 weeks against a team above 500. They're still dangerous. They're still racking up wins. They're still taking care of business against teams that aren't very good, but they're not playing like the juggernaut we have seen before.
Yeah, and they're also, they're just playing the schedule ahead of them, and the schedule ahead of them right now just appears to be very weak. Another team, you mentioned the Denver Nuggets, another team that's lurking right now in the Western Conference is the Minnesota Timberwolves. They've won 7 of their last 8, and Anthony Edwards is one of the hottest scorers in the NBA right now, shooting 40% from 3 while carrying Minnesota offensively. And do not overlook this surprise story in the East. The Charlotte Hornets are actually making a pretty decent push right now.
Yeah, Charlotte has won 15 of their last 18 games, and they're making that push to the playoffs, or towards playoff positioning. It's funny with them and Detroit, and you had all the fighting and everything that was going on in the contest there. It's really sparked both teams at this point in time, at this point in the season. So maybe it's a little bit like a hockey fight, hitting the sticks on the side, all excited to get the momentum back on your side of things. But Is the NBA wide open? Or are we just waiting for real contenders to separate? Because right now you can make the case for 6 or 7 teams to make a run at the NBA Finals and make a run at a championship. Spurs, Thunder, in the West, as well as the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, and you got some good teams out there in the East as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't read too much into it. It's one of the pictures. It's the picture for our thumbnail this week. Pistons just lost to the Brooklyn Nets, and those losses at this late stage in the season are going to happen in a very, very close game.
On a Friday, broadcasting live from the Bill House Studios, we know how. I want to mention that all of our guests join us on the SDCCU Fan Hotline. It's not big bank banking, it's better. And not joining us on the hotline, but joining us here in studio, Drake Hills, who is a contributing writer for Black Players for Change, also ESPN.com. Lot to break down in the soccer world today, Drake, but also just in general, a lot of sports conversations today as we got you live in studio. The YouTube chat, fam, fired up for
Chat,
it.
what's good, chat? I love it. This is my second time here, Braden.
It is. It is your second time here.
First of 2026. I think we're on average 1 year is one good season of San Diego FC.
Yeah.
An incredible season. I think it was probably middle of the season, probably just before. No, it was just after the All-Star break. That's what it was.
I remember I wasn't here for it, though. Yeah.
It was just after the All-Star break, and I just got back from Austin. And Chucky, ironically enough, Chucky was on that All-Star team, as well as and I think Andres. Those are the 3 San Diego FC All-Stars. I don't know if we talked about this, but I sat right behind them on the plane. Shout out commercial flights. You know, they had the whole delegation. You had Vicky Mercado, who's running comms, who had Angel as well. Forgot Angel's name. He runs PR on that team. And then you had the three All-Stars. You had a lot of the digital, player relations, all that stuff. And we were down there going from San Diego to Austin. I think it was upper 90s. Wasn't that bad. Normal humidity in July in Austin, Texas, but overall great experience. And we didn't know it at the time. As Nate Taylor, shout out Nate Taylor in the chat, quack.
I got an Oregon question for you, by the way.
Yeah. So, just to put an end on that, I think going into this year, we got to talk about the depth of SDFC. We'll get to it, Braden, but like this team, seeing David Vasquez, Duran Ferry, these are youngins, man, and they showed themselves on Wednesday against Toluca.
Yeah, they got a lot of young players. We'll get to that in a second. Did you see, by the way, the viral video of Oregon baseball this week?
No, I didn't.
I think
psychopath.
The psycho that is in the bullpen for the Ducks.
No, is Jankowski still there?
No,
he's still the coach, Jankowski.
No, it's it's Wozniacki. It's Woz. That's his name. It's Woz something. It's very hard to pronounce, and I forget. I just know everybody calls him Woz. So anyway, Oregon Ducks bullpen pitcher.
All right, is he?
He's in. So he's
catcher.
Is he like Brian Wilson energy?
Beyond it's Happy Gilmore energy is what we got here.
Okay.
Was it a catcher?
It was the bullpen catcher.
I got you.
I'm watching the video right now. It says it was a pitcher, but whoever it may be, there's a kid in the bullpen for the Ducks. All right, they're playing Purdue, which playing in baseball seems like a gigantic waste of time. But you know what? Oregon takes their licks in basketball right now on the road, and then they can tee off in baseball in the Big Ten. So one of the they're up 7-4,
right?
And one of their players hits a bomb to right field where the bullpen's at, and one of the players on the Oregon Ducks bullpen pitcher, catcher, whatever it may be. He decides to Happy Gilmore this thing in terms of Happy Gilmore in the cage, the batting cage, after he didn't make the hockey team. And he goes in there and he literally just sticks his chest out and just wears the home run on the chest. What are you guys doing up there?
Dude,
what is going on in Eugene?
It's that NIL, man. It's that shoe dog money. It's that shoe dog money. You know, the confidence is through the roof. Right?
Oh my God. Have you seen it's right at see if you can
someone put in the check.
I have it right here on my It's all over social media right now.
I'm
See if
gonna
you can
have to
find it on
check
your
this
phone.
out.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
What's his name? What's the reliever's name? You said it was a reliever,
It
right?
was just look up Oregon baseball. I'm sure it'll pop up.
Just Oregon baseball, immediate trending.
It's all over the internet right now.
Goodness gracious.
That's what I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet. But I had to ask.
I've been celebrating my birthday,
The March birthdays are great. Happy birthday, Drake.
Happy birthday,
Madness.
When was yours?
Wednesday.
Oh,
so I had to get to Snap. I had to get to the game. When I saw it on the schedule, I was like, that's inevitable for me. You got to have a little bit of footy. But I started the day, well, not start, but I kind of in the middle of it. I was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in a kayak. So I went from a kayak, just out there Pacific enjoying the sights of La Jolla.
Anybody mind if Drake has a little staycation on his birthday?
Yeah, I mean,
anybody mind?
Anybody mind? I mean, I'm just out here living life, 3-0, big 3-0.
That's right. You're part of the 30-year-old group 30? Now.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm the oldest guy in this room.
You are the oldest guy in this room. It's not even close.
Yeah. Oregon baseball. I'm still trying to find that, by the way.
I typed in Oregon baseball in a Twitter search. It was the first video that came up.
Video. This guy's not locked into his Ducks. Yeah, I'll be turning 31 a week from today. So last days of being 30. Anyway, let's get to living life. That is his. What's your social media handle again?
Yeah, Live Life Drake. What did I do? Create that in 2012
when you're in high school. Cathedral Catholic student.
Yeah, I was
putting his Twitter account out there. Live Life Drake.
I was out there in Cabrini Hall, just minding my business on an iPad. We went to school with iPads. Can you believe that?
I know they still have iPads, don't they, Owen?
Yeah, Owen can confirm they still do not use actual textbooks. They use ebooks now.
Yeah,
we've been on the ebook train for a minute, but Live Life Drake on Twitter.
For the longest time, they had the it's probably still banned on the iPads, but they could ban apps on those things at Cathedral. And I remember when we first got it, because at that point I was a senior. I didn't care. I was already into school, and so it's like
Clash of Clans.
So that's what I was going to bring up. So
Snapchat.
They had Clash of. Everybody was playing Clash of Clans.
The whole football team was on Clash of Clans.
Yeah, the entire football team and some of the football coaches that were teachers that had iPads were on the Clash of Clans.
Yeah.
And the tech guy at the time, who was also the O-line coach.
That's right. Well, no names.
He said he told us that year. And Drake knows he was on the team.
I was literally in his class. I had a tech class.
So I didn't know he taught a tech class, but he gave it as soon as you guys don't beat somebody by running clock, I'm banning Clash of Clans, because he wanted to ban it so bad. And
That's
so
right.
we made it a handful of weeks of going running clock, which means you're up by 35 points, whatever it is.
Yep.
And then as soon as it ended, Clash of Clans disappeared. And there were a lot of teachers that were upset about that because they were in on the Clash of Clans game. Obviously very distracting. Drake Hill's joining us in studio, giving us some soccer insight here in the final hour of the show. All right, let's talk a little bit about San Diego FC and the game that was on Wednesday. And it starts off very poorly for San Diego FC. And here's how I'm going to set this up. I mean, I got college basketball on, I got the WBC on. And so I'm doing a lot of different things on Wednesday, and Frank's at the game, and Frank texts me in the first couple of minutes of the game. Toluca just looks like they're way bigger, faster, stronger. It just looks like a way different league that they're in. They look like they're playing a different sport. And then he sends me and now they got to play with 10 guys because of the red card. And I flipped it on right after that. But at that point in time, it's 1-0 Toluca. You had the disastrous red card from your captain. And that sounds like the start of disaster, but it wasn't for San Diego FC.
Yeah, I think the first half was like the first time that we have seen San Diego actually be under pressure. You got to keep in mind, the entire start to the MLS season has been an offensive obliteration. Best goal differential in MLS. Probably the most goals scored in MLS. I think they're around 8. I think only San Jose and LAFC are the teams in the Western Conference, at least, that also haven't conceded yet. But you've probably had the most complete performance collectively in terms of MLS games so far from San Diego FC. And so you have all that building up to the first 45. And San Diego FC, the way that Mikey Varas has built this team, the rights to dream way to play, building out of the back. Obviously, Duran Veree was a big part of that. He was under a tumultuous amount of pressure from minute 0. They couldn't play out of the back. Balls were getting deflected. One almost was an own goal. Like the amount of pressure from the first 10 minutes was almost like indicative of what was going to happen with that. I called it a freak accident. A guy, tries to head the ball down. He puts his head down, and Vartan tries to kick the ball. Next thing you know, it's an immediate red card. I mean, every ref is going to call that.
Yeah.
So not only was that foolish for a 9, your center forward to be in a position where they're trying to defend in their own box from a ball over the top. But on top of that, it's inside the 18. So you're conceding in the first 11, 12 minutes of the game. Jesus Gallardo, we've talked about it, Frank, Braden, like this team is probably got 3 or 4 guaranteed L3 nationals that are going to be at the World Cup for Mexico in just a couple of months. So team's loaded. You already have Marcel Ruiz. He's kind of pulling the strings in the middle. Alexis Vegas coming back off of a knee injury, which is why he was on the bench until later in the game. So it was doomsday, I feel like, for the first half, but something had clicked. I would have loved to have been in the locker room during halftime because it was almost like 46, 47, 48 minutes, different team. And down a man. They were like a completely different team.
I would have loved to have heard what Terveskov said because remember, he grouped everybody up after they conceded that penalty.
Right after the PK.
And then they changed it right after that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it took a minute, especially, again, going back to the way they want to play. They are more than comfortable absorbing pressure in their own third. And what I had noticed is, David Vasquez, the way that he scored that first goal was like, they put it on their winger's shoulders to kind of get down, try to break that line between the really narrow, in my opinion, really narrow midfield and the back four. And they were able to do that. They were able to get on the line, play balls in behind, and that's how they scored. And it was like from there, from 46, 47, 48, it was like they were in control.
Mm-hmm.
It was no longer a 1-1 game. It was like San Diego FC is going to win this one. It's just by how many. And I think the Helino PK at the end with Dua gets the second yellow, consolation, at best. Because I think that the game could have been 4-1, 5-1, in my opinion.
We're talking with Drake Hills live in studio as he gets our usual weekly update on San Diego FC and everything else in the soccer world. I mean, now the big conversation is like, can they go down to Toluca and survive? Yeah. I mean, it's going to be tough for them. That's why that goal late was so important in the aggregate because road goals count more than home goals do. And they're going to play at a higher altitude than they did when they took on Pumas Unum. But here's the difference, though. Like, they knew they had a big lead going down to Mexico the last time. It was a little bit different style of play. This time, a little bit different with the red cards that had happened. But they can play a more aggressive style of soccer that you're used to seeing this team play, and a style of soccer that they played and were successful playing with less players at home. So how do you see this one playing out next Wednesday, even though they got a game coming up tomorrow?
Yeah, I want to shout out Go Aztecs in the chat. Now, it's a good question. What did you think about the Dua yellow card for dissent? I mean, the guy is like gesturing at the ref, who, by the way, was, in my opinion,
horrific.
He was damage control from first minute, damage control, immediate. Yep was like in his ear the entire game. So I think when you have to deal with an official like that, Dua's a young guy. I believe he's still, 20, 21, somewhere around there. I think the yellow card for dissent was warranted, but it's just unfortunate because when you got a challenge like that, there's no way that, you stick your arm out and it's not going to be called for the second yellow. So Dua, former number 1 overall pick, great talent, great young talent, but unfortunately, it's going to be a hole back there in defense. But we'll talk about the depth on the second half.
Yeah, we're going to get to. We see if we got more time on the show. We got to make sure Drake's very popular today. We're going to try to get to him a little bit more when we come back. Braden Surprenant show continues. Extra innings.
Let's
free
go.
Baseball. The San Diego State Aztecs are heading to Las Vegas as the number 2 seed in the Mountain West tournament. And honestly, they might be the most unpredictable team in the bracket. They just beat UNLV 89-86 behind a monster 30-point game from BJ Davis. The first 30-point performance by an Aztec since the 2024 NCAA tournament. And when this team's offense is rolling, they look dangerous. But earlier in the week, they lost to Boise State and got absolutely dominated on the glass, losing the rebounding battle 37-15. And that's the problem. San Diego State teams are supposed to win with defense and rebounding. If the Aztecs get back to that identity, they can absolutely win the Mountain West tournament. But if they get pushed around like they did inside against Boise State, this could be a short trip to Vegas. So the big question is simple. Which version of San Diego State shows up in March? Men's basketball, Frank. Regular season is now over for the Aztecs, and they're heading to Las Vegas as the number 2 seed, the Mountain West basketball tournament. They'll play Thursday at 6 against the winner of Colorado State, the 7 seed, and the number 10 seeded Fresno State men's basketball team. They close the season and the regular season with a gritty performance, but they need to be a lot better defensively and on the boards if they want to advance to the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going through that game against UNLV over the weekend, BJ Davis exploding for 30 points. The first Aztec with 30 since Jaden Ledee back in the 2024 NCAA tournament. Reese Dixon Waters, 19 points, continued to be the most consistent scorer on the team. San Diego State shooting 55% from the field. And when they shoot that well at home, they basically never lose. However, they did have a rough outing against Boise State earlier in the week.
This is a team that showed two sides, and it's a two-sided team here. Earlier in the week, they lost to Boise State 86-77, and the issues were clear. Out-rebounded 37-15, which is utterly atrocious for this Aztecs team. They gave up 86 points. The defense identity slipped. That's not typical for a program coached by Brian Dutcher, whose teams are built on defense and rebounding first. Still, they win over UNLV, and it gives them momentum entering the conference tournament. And historically, that matters. As the number 2 seed, the Aztecs are 5-1 all-time in the Mountain West tournament. And the last 2 times they were the 2 seed, they reached the championship game. They need to do more than that, though. They need to win it if they want to be playing in the NCAA tournament. The path is all right. They got Colorado State and Fresno State winner, which they're better than both of those schools. They have an opportunity to get revenge on New Mexico after what was a bad call that didn't go their way down at the pit. And then after that, they have to take on probably Utah State again. But the good thing is they haven't been swept by anybody in the Mountain West. They know how to beat these schools, and it's at a neutral floor. And so for that, the Aztecs still have a chance. But unfortunately, Frank, the women's basketball team, dominant season ended in a stunning upset yesterday.
Yeah, no, things did not go well as a story for San Diego State's women's basketball this season was dominance. They finished the regular season at 25-4, 19-1 in the Mountain West. Mountain West regular season champions. Coach Stacy Terry Hudson won Mountain West Coach of the Year, and the Aztecs stacked up many, many awards. Nala Williams winning the Mountain West Player of the Year. Caitlin Hamilton, the 6th Player of the Year. Naomi Panganaban going all Mountain West. They shot the ball extremely well, defended at elite levels, and won 21 of their 22 final regular season games. But unfortunately, Air Force, number 9 seeded Air Force, proved to be just a little too much for them.
Yeah, they beat San Diego State 83-76 in the quarterfinals. It was the conference first number 1 seed quarterfinal loss since 2015. Panganaban scored 29 points, but Air Force dominated the glass in the second half, hit 27 free throws, flipped the game late. Now San Diego State waits to see if the net ranking around 67 is strong enough to get into a postseason invite. But based on the latest bracketology, I don't think it's going to be the case. Which sets up for these one-and-done conferences. Tournaments like that end up costing them a lot of money because San Diego State women's basketball probably has the best chance of potentially advancing an NCAA tournament, and now they have no shot. And it negates everything that they accomplished in the regular season, which to me is more important than winning a couple of games in a weekend in Las Vegas. So it's a double-edged sword when it comes to these conference tournaments. Let's talk about baseball. Competitive, but still inconsistent. The Aztecs sit at 9-6 this year on the season in baseball after a 12-9 loss to St. Mary's. Offense showed life. Zach Justice had 4 RBIs. Multiple players contributed hits. The Aztecs scored 9 runs, but unfortunately, what has been a massive strength for the Aztecs this year in pitching didn't hold up against St. Mary's a lot this weekend.
No, unfortunately not. As Zach Justice, 4 RBIs, multiple players contributing in hits. Aztecs scoring 9 runs, but pitching just unfortunately was the problem. The lineup can score. Pitching, though, has been very hot and cold this season so far.
And that's the look at what has happened in the Aztec world for both men's basketball, women's basketball, and baseball. Softball did okay over the weekend as well. We'll have more on softball later next week. Extra edition of the Braden Surprenant Show, leading up to UCSD women's basketball. Alongside Frank Marchese, I'm Braden Surprenant. Special guest in studio, Drake Hills, for our bonus segment of the Braden Surprenant Show on a Friday.
Let's do it. Overtime
on a Friday. Most people try to bail out of work early. No, we're taking extra time today. We want to stay longer.
Let's go.
Who needs a weekend when it's 80-something degrees outside and nice and it feels like the summertime?
Yeah, show love. Studio Drizzy is in the building.
Studio Drizzy. That's
Braden Surprenant Show, man. I'm so happy and glad to be here. Frank wasn't here last time.
No,
I was not. I forget why I wasn't, though. I'm trying to remember.
He was somewhere in Italy watching Atalanta play.
I wish.
trying to win Serie A.
The first time you were on the show was a year ago next week, when we did the March Madness broadcast.
That's right.
At Dave & Buster's.
So I think this was scheduled on your part as well timed.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Full year.
Yeah.
Full year anniversary, right? Because that was a Friday broadcast.
That was.
And I remember that because I was here.
Was Baja Ricks?
You guys.
Was Baja Ricks in the building for that?
No, that was at Dave &
Buster's. That's right. It was just Dave & Buster's. Okay.
The madness.
But I want to shout out the second on-site Baja Ricks. What was that? Was it October?
Yeah, that was part of the
last homestand.
That was the last homestand when we were out there.
Yep.
There was somebody in the Juan Ruiz in the YouTube chat did ask you a question.
Okay.
Early on, he wanted you to talk him off the ledge about Arsenal. He said, Drake, talk me off the ledge over the Arsenal.
Like that they're going to win the league, or that they're going to cough up the league?
That they're not as bad as they're not. It's not panic time. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe one could be more specific.
Yeah,
talk him off the ledge, dude.
Give me some elaboration.
He's worried about it. He's worried about Arsenal.
I wouldn't. City's going for the Champions League, although this past week didn't look so good for them. So maybe, unless they have some tremendous comeback, which I think it's possible. You know, City, after all, even though they're playing against Madrid. They're down 3-0 on aggregate. If City have some miraculous comeback into the Champions League, they will go for the Champions League. And that is your window, Gunners, to hold tight on the Premier League, because it's history. I think it's time. Like, I'm done. The soccer spirits, they're not going to let City win another title in the Premier League. This is the Gunners. This is Arteta time. Okay? It's time for that. So, hey, if you're talking about is Arsenal going to win the league or not, then I think they will.
He's worried they're going to bottle it again.
Shout out Nate Taylor. Yeah, smashing burritos at the Ricks for sure.
Baja Ricks. That was a good time.
That was great.
Hopefully we're back there soon, Frank. You never know.
Yeah, hopefully.
Opening day coming up. We less than 2 weeks, we'll have actual Padres baseball. Before we go back into the soccer conversation, what's your opinion? Because I know you're a college basketball guy too. We won't talk about your Oregon Ducks because that was kind of a rough year this year. Or your Northwestern Wildcats as your two alma maters.
That's where I got my pieces of paper from.
That's right. Those two schools. That's so you have to root for the undergrad piece of paper when they play the grad piece of paper.
Because we talked about this on that show. It's like, who do you root for and what's your ranking of priority?
I go undergrad first every time. I don't have a master's, so that makes it easier. But if I had to pick, it would be the school I went to for 4 years.
I would also say though that it's tenure as well.
Correct.
Like, are you doing? If I went to Northwestern and had a PhD behind my name,
more years at
that's a lot more tiers. A lot more hours in the library. a lot more tuition as well. So
let me ask you this question. Miami of Ohio, do they deserve to be in the NCAA tournament? They're 30-1 or 31-1. They don't have any quad one games, not even quad one wins.
No.
Is there something about setting a precedent about not getting them in?
This is Boise State in the college football playoff discussion, UCF type thing. It's exactly the same thing. The quad one is important. Like, at what point are we going to respect it? Also, yeah, my bad, Frank. I know you're not Atalanta, but Inter.
Oh, you're fine.
Let me.
They're playing Atalanta tomorrow morning.
Correct
actually.
myself. Foul on me for sure. Foul on me for sure on that. But no, go Aztecs. I'm not locked in when it comes to Oregon. But I will say, Braden, like Miami, Ohio. What do you like? Do they have a conference tournament? Do they play the conference tournament? Or do they just announce whoever's
They did.
the top
They
of the
lost.
stage?
They lost the first round.
game.
They were the number 1 seed, and they lost to UMass.
Because I'm getting them confused with the Big East and UConn and all that whole debacle. And they lost, and then St. John's took the title because UConn lost.
Yeah, and St. John's is actually about to set the tip off against Seton Hall.
Is the 1 seed.
So I get confused with that whole thing. But I think Miami, Ohio, you need quad 1. You have to respect that.
They just lost the quad 4 game.
Yeah,
UMass.
you have to respect that.
So here's the deal with it was a quad 4 game, and then UMass with the win jumped up in the rankings very very high because they beat Miami. So now it's no longer a quad 4 game. But here's the metrics. They're 28-1 against D1 schools. They have 3 wins on the season against non-Division 1 schools. They beat non-Division 1 Trinity Christian. They beat non-Division 1 Indiana University East, and they beat non-Division 1 Milligan. So they're 28-1, not 31-1, in my opinion. I don't know how you can view those as wins. 64 in the net, 29 in the RPI. Their strength of schedule is 240, and their non-conference strength of schedule is 354 out of 355 schools.
Yeah, it's a no for me. Give them a number 1 seed, NIT.
0 quad 1 games, 2-0 in quad 2, 11-1 in quad 3, 15-0 in quad 4. My question is, it's not the comparison between them and Auburn, because I don't think Auburn deserves to be in the NCAA tournament, but it's like, should Miami of Ohio get in over San Diego State?
Ooh. No.
Let's say let's use this as a hypothetical as we're talking tournaments.
Because
if San Diego State, let me ask you this question. If San Diego State beats New Mexico tonight and loses to Utah State in the Mountain West Championship, and it comes down to Miami of Ohio and San Diego State, who goes to the NCAA
still
tournament.
San Diego State.
I think San Diego State goes too.
Yeah, because you have to respect those wins. I mean, in New Mexico, in what quad would that be considered?
That's a quad 1 game.
That's a quad 1 game.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so you have to respect that. If you have quad 1, if you're respecting the tier, one has, in this case, Miami has 0.
Okay, it's a neutral. It's a neutral game. So any team that's ranked 1 through 50 is a quad 1 game, and New Mexico's 40 something. So yeah, it'd be a quad 1 win. And so the Aztecs with that would have another quad 1 win and another quad 1 loss, because Utah State would be a quad 1 game. So they would be 3-7 in quad 1. They'd play 10 quad 1 games where Miami of Ohio would play 0.
Okay, so then that's clear, because you're not even losing those quad 1 games. You just aren't playing them, period.
They're not even playing them.
You're not even playing them.
Their excuse was, we tried to and nobody wanted to play us. And they have email receipts from all these big schools that didn't want to play them.
What are you going to do?
I mean, I get where they're coming from on that standpoint.
I would root in their perspective. I would root for them.
Right.
I would empathize. But the reality is that you don't have one.
You don't have one. You got to find a way to get into a tournament. You got to find a way. But here's the other thing too. I think if Miami of Ohio would have beaten UMass in the first round and like maybe made it to the semis and lost, you would be like, all right, well, they're probably in. Because for them to have to get hot, I think is significantly. This is why the West Coast Conference has that crazy bracket to protect Gonzaga from having to win 3 games in 3 days to go to the NCAA tournament after they went undefeated in conference play. Like, there's something to be said about that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what has Gonzaga done in recent years? Loaded up their schedule with whoever, like anybody that could be
all those
somewhat better, right? Like, you could complain if you're Miami of Ohio, you can complain all you want. You still schedule games against Air Force and Mercyhurst and Arkansas Pine Bluff and UNCG, Maine, UNC Aspen. I mean, at least play like a decent mid-major.
Mercyhurst. Where are they located?
I have no idea. Mercyhurst is ranked 275 in the net.
Do you have any Mercyhurst alums?
No.
Anyone in the chat? Anyone driving home?
So we talked about this too.
Mercyhurst? What's their mascot?
I couldn't even tell you. They're not on my radar. Mercyhurst is, let me look it up. They're in the NEC. They went 15-17 this year. They lost to Northwestern, 70-47, game 1 of the year.
Okay. So they got a more difficult matchup than Miami, Ohio have
100%
this season.
Oh, 100%. So we talked about this earlier in the show because the Aztecs, obviously, this is win or go home tonight for San Diego State. If they lose tonight's game, they're out. Jolin already said it on his deal. Most bracketologists said it. But I still think that if the Aztecs win tonight and lose against Utah State, I still think they have a chance because the bubble is playing in their favor. But one of the question was I asked the question, like, if you're comparing just Miami of Ohio to San Diego State, if San Diego, you can't play the what if game, it's kind of hard, but just for topic of discussion, what is San Diego State's record if they played Miami of Ohio's schedule? Are they also 31-1?
I think they're at worst, I think they're a 5-loss team.
Right.
Yeah.
Their record's drastically different now.
They're probably, when I say at worst, I'm thinking they might have 2 losses, including a conference tournament.
Yeah.
So, and they're 100% in that conference as well. You're keeping SDSU in the Mountain West, right?
No, I'm putting them in the MAC. I haven't played the MAC.
Oh, you're playing in the MAC? Ooh.
Haven't played that entire schedule. Flip-flop it.
Ooh. Because I think that's where I'm somewhere else, because I'm thinking.
Don't account for the travel. Just account for the fact that they're playing those teams.
I can't respect it. Because for me, my perspective is the conference play. I know we've been talking about, preseason tournaments, but if you're saying the exact schedule printed.
Yeah, what's their record?
Yeah, we're flirting with undefeated season.
Yeah, they're going to be almost undefeated.
But I was thinking you were asking.
Oh, if they're playing like New Mexico and Utah State and stuff still? No,
they're
playing.
beating everyone.
No, we're talking about they're playing Kent State and Buffalo and Central Michigan, Toledo. Yeah, they probably go undefeated. It's like they're in the same kind of category.
Yeah.
So
I misheard your question. I thought you were saying something
I understand the topic of the conversation of like, well, how do you leave a 31-1 school out of whatever?
The same reason why if you were to go football, if you're playing
right, this is the topic. Yeah. I have to deal with this the high school realm all the time. When I vote for a top 10, people like to bitch, moan, and complain. Well, how can you vote for Cathedral and Lincoln? They have 2 losses, and this school little. I don't, no disrespect to some other school that might be 10-0, right? Mm-hmm. But it's like, all right, well, they played a bunch of schools that if Lincoln played would just beat them by 1,000 points. Exactly. It's like we're not talking about the same thing here. So I look at that schedule and it's awful. But here's the devil's advocate that Frank brought up, and it's a good point. Well, San Diego State lost to Troy. Well, Troy is going to the NCAA tournament. They won their conference in the tournament. And by
quality
the way,
losses are in addition to quality wins.
If you put Troy on Miami of Ohio's schedule, they become the second most difficult opponent that Miami had played all year. They would be the second, only behind Akron, who they only played once in conference this year, and they beat Akron by 3.
Quality losses.
I'm just saying, like, if that's what it comes down to, I don't know how you could put them in when it comes to the NCAA tournament. All right. Where did we leave off with San Diego FC?
Marcus Ingvartsen kicking someone in the face. So that's one
you
red card.
You talked about that off air, though, about the center back situation.
Yeah, because
elaborate.
Dua. So Manu Dua, he's, as we remember, he was a number 1 overall pick in 2025 Super Draft for San Diego FC out of UC Santa Barbara. Incredible talent. He's smart. He's strong. He was an immediate starter. But you've got depth, right? You've got Ian Pilcher. You've got some guys back there that you can put back there. But to pair it with your point, Braden, you're going into this incredibly raucous, intense crowd down there at the Ruiz Stadium. So I think it's going to be a question of, can guys stay under composure? Will Mikey Varas stay in the same shape? Will he protect the back line with maybe 2 6s? So Yeppe and someone else playing as like a defensive midfielder role. Someone who maybe starts as a defensive midfielder and kind of rolls into a sweeper type situation. Do they change the shape at all? But I think that in the Ingvartsen absence is going to be like who's going to fill that role, right? Is Lewis Morgan going to go out left and then Anders Dreyer is going to play in the middle? So there's questions about that too.
And here's the other thing too I want to bring. Because we're going to run out of time here. What do you think the lineup's like tomorrow against FC Dallas, knowing that you got a big game against Toluca coming up, and it's like MLS really matters. So does this Champions Cup? I mean, where's your level at? Because you've been dominating MLS games, and you want to keep that going as well.
Right. I mean, I think when you're going up against a Dallas team that doesn't really have that firepower, they've had a very favorable start to the year in terms of strength of schedule. St. Louis, João Klaus is gone. He's with Galaxy. So you don't really have, a whole lot of power there. You go to Kansas City. They've got Dejan Joveljic, but outside of that, not a whole lot of firepower. Able to take care of business there. And then FC Dallas, same thing. So I could expect maybe one or two guys. I don't know if Anders Dreyer is going to get maybe a minutes restriction, or is he going to maybe come on in the second half if need be? Maybe he doesn't start. Maybe you bring in Lewis Morgan, or maybe you save Lewis Morgan. But the cool thing is that, as far as I'm concerned, you get suspended in one competition doesn't mean you can't play in the other. So Marcus, maybe you put Marcus in there and you bench Anders and you bring in Lewis. Maybe something like that. I think it's a situation where you probably rest two or three of your guys, particularly in midfield, and then probably one guy up front in the attack. You continue to play Duran. I mean, I know Pablo Cisniega, he's coming back. Dos Santos still rehabbing, but I mean, it's probably really nice if you have three starting level goalkeepers. I want to shout out Del Norte High School.
I was about to ask. Gotta get
Godwin
the shout out
Antwi at USD. You got Duran Ferri at San Diego FC.
Soccer Pipeline.
The Nighthawks.
Nighthawks. For Drake Hills and Frank Marchese, I'm Braden Surprenant signing off. UCSD women's basketball Big West tournament coming up next. San Diego State Sports Station 97 through the Fan.